Hello, hello. Hello. What is this? Anyway, we're going to do some Rust programming today. But before that, let me play some of this game. Hello, Picorly. Picorly. Hello. Clickbait title. Yeah, a little bit. I just didn't know what to name the stream. How are you doing? I'm going to start a new project today. You know, like yesterday we did a new one, today we do a new one. Again, something new game. I didn't say it was going to be a game though, did I? No, I didn't. Imagine working on Linksider. Linksider is being worked on, right? This Steam page is like it's going to like go up any second. Any second now, yeah. Who knows? Maybe when Davey joins the chat here in a second, he's going to drop the link for us to wishlist the game. But yeah, Linksider, we're still going to finish that. Yes, we are. And this game also, by the way, I think this game is good enough for it to be put into. Do you have to wishlist it? Of course. You don't wishlist the game, you get banned. Yeah, this game is also. I'm thinking of putting this on the Play Store. Yeah. Although I want to research other things. There's this thing that's called Yandex Games. It's like a Russian. Wait, hold on. What is it? Yandex Games. This is like a Russian store for web games, basically. And we can put the game here and earn some money by putting ads into the game. I'll look into that at some soon-ish. Because in order to like get the money is a ruse. What's a ruse? A trick? Yeah, like, you know, we made a bunch of games. I done the calculation here on my itch page. I have 27 games right now, and there is a couple that are not on the itch. I made a lot of games and I never got any money from it. We need to change that, right? But yeah, not today, not today. Today the idea is that I'm going at Close to Light game is good looking good. Cool, yeah. When's the next update? 73 days ago. Hold on, there was 2 updates in this game and both were 73 days ago. Quantum Dungeon better than Close to Light. I don't agree. Quantum Dungeon, I mean, okay, but I don't think so. Alright, anyway, so we did, here's what I want to work on. Did you use Rust at your job? Yes, I did. Here's the thing. So we did the summoning, right? And we used the Evenio library for it. And the Evenio library is the event-based ECS library. Archetype-based ECS that's doing the event-driven programs. Do you use Rust in your engine? Yes. Yes. Job. Well, the question was, did I... Oh, wait, hold on. The question was, do I use Rust as your job? Well, if the question was, did I use Rust at my job, then the answer is yes, because right now I'm not doing a job, yes. But when I did a job, I did use Rust. Right now, I don't have a job, which is why I'm looking into converting some of my games into money. Soon. Imagine doing job, exactly. Okay, so here's the thing. We did so there are events in Evenio, and there is the ECS in Evenio, right? And those are I feel like they can be split, and we can make an event library without it being the ECS library, and we can use the ECS with the event library, or use the event library without the ECS. What do you think, Nerdsoul, about that? If we have an event system, kind of similar to Evenio, but without the need of the ECS in Gang. I think we do hard code. No, how about doing the easy code? That's the idea. We want to try and figure out the easiest way to code. So far, the easiest way to code is the hard coding, but we want to find out other techniques. All right. I don't have a plan though. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. You're tired to look at generic solution. Yeah. We should instead work on a game, right? I know. I know. Let's figure it out for your next game. The generic solution, you will figure it out for the next game? I don't know. I feel like the generic solution is something that you search for eternity. But you can find solutions for some problems, I guess. Specific solution for the game? Because CTL is too simple and you don't need a solution, you just hard code it, right? Yeah. Alright, we need a new thing. Projects. What do I call a project that does some events? What do you need is a framework for printing gem games. Speaking about game gems, I looked at the gems today. How about we do this gem, speed gem number 5, because I wanted to do speed gem number 1, and I wanted to do speed gem number 2, and I wanted to do speed gem number 3, and I skipped them all, and there is going to be speed gem number 5 in 7 days. Speedrun, a game about speedrunning, and then if you are in one of the top 3 games, then your game is going to be like played on by some streamers on like competitively. Although I'm not really sure. I remember like looking at it a little bit. What are the streamers that were playing the game though on the previous jam? Speed Jam 4. Let's take a look at Speed Jam 4. Send it to Cap. How long does it last, by the way? March 2nd. Yeah, it's like 3 days. 4 days. Yeah. Like a chill LD. Yep. Community. Final team voting. I don't know how it works. I'm just considering. I'm not sure if we're going to do a jam at all. Isn't there going to be another Bevy Jam soon? When was the last Bevy Jam? Bevy Jam 4 was December 2nd, 2023. It's almost like half a year already. It's time for another one, right? Any other jams? This jam starts in 5 hours. What is this? Spring to the jam. The overall winner gets $20. What do you think the warning? Haha, Hugo Shortcoat 12S beans. Where? Where is it? Is that in the speed jam? In Hugo. What's Hugo? I'm not sure what you're saying. Like Zola, but worse? Oh, that thing. Are you using Hugo? What do you use it for? You're making a website for your game? GitHub Nerdsoul. Look at all those commits into the Quantum Dungeon, huh? I thought you were making Close to Light. For Uni project. Alright, let's start doing something. We're going to do make a project. And the project is going to be called. I don't know. Let's call it Gang Events for now. Gang Events. How of those commits are PRs? Because you pull request yourself. Nice. I don't do that. It's kind of a good thing to do though, I guess. Let's do some flaking. Copy. Project. Let's do this one. Do I need a description for the flake? I don't think I need to, right? Rust overlay, okay. Sure. The shell hook. I just use the latest stable Rust. Hold on. Rust toolchain. Rust toolchain is mm, mm. Override extensions Rust SR source because I want the access to the Rust source. That's why. All right, let's do Nix. Click. Wait. Packages. Hmm. You in set up a lint checks. CI. I stopped doing CI. I started doing the manual deployments. I think in most recent projects I'm not using CI anymore. But we start using Nix now, which means that whatever I do is now reproducible. So it's good, right? Things should still work, right? Right. Git init. Okay, cargo. Hold on. Need to do env-rc. Use flake. Okay. Git ignore. Target. Strength. Nix. No. Strength. Allow. Alright, let's install Rust real quick. Rust 178. Did you just make your own language already? I think I would make my own language if I let's become a successful game developer first, and then we make a language to develop the next game. We go the same path as the John Blow. How many years of experience of node writing in Zig do you have? 30 years of Node Zig. Is that impressive? Can you hire me? Give me all the money for all of my experience. Cargo init. Do not add that. Okay, it's going to be a library, not a binary. Make successful game and quit. Quit what? Quit game development. Yeah, by making a language instead, right? For the eternity. You should try to make a verse language that makes sense. Anyone tried VLang? The V, the one that stands for the vaporware? That one? Let's go start a language talk. Verse is the new Unreal Engine language. Verse lang. Verse language reference. All right, let's see. So you're saying that this language does not make sense because you say that I should make this language, but the one that makes sense, right? So you tried this and it does not make sense, right? Spend time getting familiar with the language and then use these pages as a reference. Primary design goals: simple, to learn as a first-time programmer. General enough for writing any kind of code and data. Productive, in the context of building, iterating, and shipping a project in a team setting and integrating code and content. Statically verified to catch as many categories of runtime problems as possible in compile time. Performant for writing real-time open-world multiplayer games. Complete, so that every feature of the language supports programmer abstraction over that feature. Timeless, built for the needs of today and for the foreseeable future needs, without being rooted in the past artifacts of other languages. Amazing. The V language. Yeah, that's the one. The V language, that is the one. I remember when it was first announced. And it was like 10 years ago or something. And it's still 0.4. Which is okay. But guess you can try it these days at least, right? C2V translator. This tool can already translate the entire original Doom. C++. The UI, cross-platform widget UI. It's full of nonsensicals. 4x. Colon. Alright, let's see. Onboarding guide. Step 1, thinking like a programmer. Oh no, is there a tutorial? Is like, okay, hold on. Programming with verse. To get you started. I guess this is the one. Oh no, it's the same thing. Why is there so many images? I'm looking at programming languages and they spam me with the images are Fortnite. Create your own device. With Verse, you can build your own devices and your own game rules. Where's the language itself? Alright, I don't think I'm going to look at that anyway. Let's continue with Rust. Rust is better. Rust is better than Verse. Never tried Verse, but it's better. We already know. Direnv empty, but it's not empty. Direnv reload. Yep, there you go. Very hard to get to the documentation. The best is this. The language reference. Language reference. To see the design goals of the verse programming language and its features. Use the section below as use this section as a reference. How is this image part of the reference of the language though? I don't understand. Control flow with a character image. These images, they distract me from looking at the text. All right, let's see control flow here. If. There is a page about if. All right, if. Have I played Colobot? Yeah. Transacts. Transactional behavior. Transact, varies, or computes. Interesting. Anyway, let's not look at that. Every time you say verse programming language, it sounds like the worst programming language. Hello, Brainoid. Did you try it? Since you are the Unreal Engine developer now, did you try the worst programming language? Not interested yet? All right. Cargo test. Look, all of my 0 tests are passing. Amazing. All right, what are we doing actually? I have no idea what we are doing yet. But the general idea is that I'm making an event library similar to the Evenia that we used in the summoning game. Didn't see you in a long time, Brainoid. How are you doing? We made the summoning with Bad Cop for the Ludum Dare, and I used a new library for that. So like I kind of want to do something similar, but not exactly this the thing, like without the ACS part kind of thing. Easy social life. Alright, and have new skins for the Meow Jelly. What is this though? Is this supposed to be a new obstacle? And this is a new wall. Alright, this is like the new art for the jelly game. This one. I'm not sure how I feel about the this detail over here, the fur. It's too small. It's too small. I feel like it's unnecessary detail here. But nice. Because it's mostly a mobile game. Like this is a very big thing. We like imagine you're watching this on mobile. It's not a necessary. It's a completely unnecessary detail there, I think. But okay. Okay. We'll try putting that into the game next time. I believe you're just streaming using an illegal cracked version of Linux. It's not illegal. It's just unactivated. It's different, you know? The unactivated Linux, you can use it. It's just showing the watermark. All right. Do I start writing some code? Okay. So here's the idea, right? When we were working on this game, I like the idea of the events in that Evenio library that I used, because we can hook into the events and like split the logic easier this way. Like in Bevy, you split the logic between the different systems. But in Bevy, they like the systems, they are like running every frame or like schedule, whatever that means. It's like weird. Here it's more understandable because it's events and you are just reacting to the events, basically. You're just subscribing to the events and you do some logic when the event is happening. And that's it. It's very similar to like if you have a function and then you call another function, you call function foo. Instead of just calling the function foo directly, instead of this, you do send event foo, you know? And then whoever has subscribed to the foo event is actually doing the logic, instead of writing that logic directly in the foo function. This way you can inject more logic into the same event. You can split the logic between like different domains. Like if you're doing audio, it can all live together. If you're doing like visuals, graphics, talking about Evenio, yeah, about Evenio, but like I want to do my own library like that without the ECS part, just the event part. Because I feel like those two parts are irrelevant to each other. They are independent, I think, almost. So yeah, that's the basic idea. Instead of just calling a function foo, you just send the event. And then somebody defines what happens when you do that. Right? And you do that when it makes sense. You don't need to do it for everything, obviously. But when it makes sense to make the function extensible, basically. I guess. Did you try Evenio yourself? You need to save the state of your program available to the function. You need to have the state of your program available to the function called by your event. I guess that was their thinking. What do you mean? That's why the ECS and the event is in the same? Is this Linksider? No, it's not Linksider. I mean, hold on, let me. No, I think like technically because like because the handlers I think the idea there is that the ECS, because the event handler knows about what components the handler is going to access, because you have these fetchers, the queries, right? You can do the parallelization of the handlers automatically based on that knowledge. If you know what data a function is going to access, then you can like do some ordering and parallelization of those functions, basically. If you don't have that knowledge, then it's going to be like done somehow differently. I think that's the main reason that they are mashed together. By the way, you need to make some game focused on competition in such way so streamers would love to compete, like that motivation to screenshot a high score on itch.io. It's not very convenient for those who don't even know about itch.io. Do they already have automatic parallelization? No, but like having the API designed for that into the future is good. I like in Bevy they have the parallel scheduler, right? which basically doing stuff similar in a similar fashion. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know how it's implemented there. Although I at the same time heard that if in Bevy the parallel scheduler can like cause performance issues compared to the normal scheduler. I myself am not really interested in parallelism, but even then, if we can make it like parallelizable in the future, it's good. Although I personally don't care really. Speaking about the game focused on competition, we were just talking about the jam that's going to happen in 7 days in a week. That's called the Speed Jam. It's #1 featured jam on itch.io right now. It starts in 7 days, and it's a jam that's focused on speed running. And then the streamers are going to play the games and compete against each other. I think like the top 3 or something. Streamers. The streamers have 48 hours to reach the highest score in the 3 winning games. Something like that. I'm not sure who those streamers are, but yeah. I don't know, maybe anyone can be a streamer. Maybe we can join the jam and be the streamer who speedruns the games made for the jam. Posting a leaderboard for a game would be nice, but there is a problem of submission validation. What's the problem of submission validation? I never had a problem of submission validation. With a game that has a high score leaderboard in it. People do it all the time. Hackers. You only were like okay, if you're thinking about a real game, a game that you think is going to be like really popular, then you want to think about it. But otherwise, I think you can ignore the hackers. Or you can like think about it if that's something that's interesting to you, sure. Okay, let's have a folder examples. Let's start with writing an example. Example. $s. Right? So let's say that we have a game, right? Let's say that we have a game. It's going to be something like this. Like, I don't know, like loop. Like, usually you have something like this, and you have like draw, like update, right? And then handle events, right? Let's say this. It's not really how it works, but let's say that this is how it works, right? Even in iPad, I remember high scores were... What's the high score of an iPad? iPad... What's the highest... What's your highest score on an iPad? It's a weird thing to say. iPad is not a game. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. So this is like already happening right now. For example, in my engine, we have an event that's similar to this, you know, an event, and it's either an update event, and we have like the delta time, or we have a draw event, or we have an event that is like, I don't know, like key down, you know, something like this. And we have a giant enum like this. But in order for this to be more extensible, we don't want it to be an event. Instead, we want to have a trait event that's going to be in the library probably. And then we have a key down event, right? And then we like implement, probably using deriving. This probably is like just a marker trait. We just derive the event here, like this. You might want streamer play the game and she rate quit and stop stream. Nice. You missed those VS Code animations. Neovite has its own animations that I miss in VS Code. The cursor animation in Neovite. Can we have that in VS Code in a form of a plugin? VS Code cursor animation like in Neovite. Make VS Code cursor behave similar to Neovite. Started working on extension yesterday. Already working. VS Railgun. What is this plugin? All right. Yeah. Hold on. What is this? The coolest VS Code cursor effect that you don't want to miss.
Do you want this effect on your cursor inside of VS Code?
That's VS Code. Hold on. Where's the link? Why am I using Reddit redesign? Why not? Where's the link? Where's the link? This video. You need to watch the video to know what's the extension, right? There you go. I made Neovite like cursor effect on VS Code. What's the link?
This link in the basically all this extension does.
Custom CSS and GS loader. What? Too much instructions. Is there another plugin?
To do is just go ahead and copy the trail effect dot file. Now if you just open this index.js file, so I'm just going to open
GitHub UWREEY75 dot files. My dot files about VS Code. VS Code. Trail cursor effect. How to get this trail cursor effect in VS Code? Install DOM modding API. Because of the extension API limit, you can't modify the VS Code DOM with an extension. Instead, you can use a custom CSS and JavaScript loader extension to modify the VS Code with JavaScript and CSS. Custom CSS and JavaScript loader. What have you started? No, it's going to be worth it. It's going to be really worth it, right? Like, how can we live without that thing? Please note that the trail effect may overlap with the cursor's text, and I'm currently unable to fix the issue. The Z index does not seem to work as expected. Custom CSS and JavaScript loader. If the Visual Studio complains about that it is corrupted, simply click don't show again. Plugins, custom CSS, and JavaScript loader. Install. Sounds safe. Yeah, sounds pretty safe. Let's install this. Getting started. Install the extension. Add settings JSON. Custom CSS imports. Restart with proper permission to modify itself. Wait, what? This extension modifies some Visual Code files, so use at your own risk. But I'm on, hold on. Mac and Linux users. This extension would not work if the VS Code cannot modify itself. Sudo chown. I don't think it's going to be that easy because I'm on Nix. Nix OS, VS Code, custom CSS, and JS. Very, very safe indeed. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that. Alright, uninstall. Restart. Can I, do they have like the repository here? Issues. Nix. NixOS. No one uses this on NixOS. Okay. That's unfortunate. So like the reason the Neovite like cursor cannot work because the extension API does not give you the enough API to draw the cursor like this, right? So you need to customize the VS Code itself. I mean, it's doable. It's just like a lot of work, I feel like, if we want to do it. Here. All right. Let's just appreciate how it looks.
Back to another video. Source an extension you have to deal with a little bit more, but I'm going to make it easy for you. Let's talk about the source. So I was just scrolling through Reddit and I saw the effect inside of VS
Show me the
Code,
cursor again.
and it's not. Alright everybody, welcome back to another video, and in today's video I am going to talk about how you can achieve this cool looking effect inside of VS Code.
Yeah, this cursor
and it's
is
not
nice.
just an extension.
That we're not going to have it. Alright. Whatever. Whatever. Let's continue here. So we have the events, right? Like a key down is an event, for example, right? And then like an update, delta time is an event, right? And then we have a draw event. When I want to draw something, for example, I want to draw into a like somewhere, right? So the way it worked in the summoning game, we made an event like this, and we have a frame buffer, which is a mutable reference to like the frame buffer, right? Like this. That's how it worked. So instead of having a giant enum, we make this thing, basically. And then whenever an event like occurs, right? Instead of calling the update function, we just do events. You didn't know you can just derive marker traits like this? No, you cannot. You cannot. We need to write the derive macro that will like generate the code that impl event for key down. But we're going to write it if this is how we are going to make it work. The reason that the Rust analyzer is not complaining is because the library itself is not being compiled, so I don't even get the errors on the example, I guess. That's why. If I save this, then we have all the errors here now. So we do events, send, draw, and then like draw frame buffer is mutable, like frame buffer, for example, something like this. And we have like frame buffer is frame buffer, right? Which is like for our example here is going to be like just an empty struct, for example. Events, and the event trait is something in the library. We're going to have struct events, right? So we do like let moot events is events new, maybe. So this is something that I'm going to move into the library, right? Events, public function new, self, like this, right? And then we have function like send t, which is event, self, event. Would have been a fine thing if we made a trait like that. I don't know, for some of them you don't want them to be, I don't know. I wish there was an easier way to write, to like to generate a derived macro, I guess, without, like, right now you need to do a custom, a new crate for it to, which is like defining how, what deriving actually means, right? Let's actually move this into the library already. This is our library. We have the trait event, and we have like the struct events. And we can construct a new thing, and we can send events to it, right? So this is how we use it. We do that. We do this. And then we do a derive event. Okay, let's actually do the deriving then immediately, right? Cargo, new library, gang event, derive. Sure. Here inside the dependencies, gang event, derive, path is derive. This is going to be the derive path like this. This is going to be based on this is a proc macro. How do you do this? Lib proc macro true, right? I'm not sure how complex our deriving. Usually I use the Darling crate for implementing my derives. This one, if I want to like have more customization over the derives. If this is just a marker trait, that would be an overkill though. Okay, how do we write a derived macro? First derived macro. Do I still need this sin crate? Is there like... Should I use sin? I mean, I'm using sin in other dependencies anyway, so like a lightweight alternative only makes sense if we want to use this as a standalone library. Rust, light, weight, sin. But I remember something about that. Alternative. Vinyl. This one's still used. A small parser for Rust proc macros. When writing proc macros that need to parse Rust code, the most common solution is to use the sin crate. Sin can parse arbitrary valid Rust code, but it's also extremely heavy. Sin is responsible for the 8% of the compile times. Is this one still alive? Months ago, kind of. What are you doing with Rust, Nigel? You just learning it for what reason? Do you try to build something with it? I feel like I don't care enough. Maybe I will look into that, into the alternatives later. Let's just do sin. Sin. What's the version of sin? 2. Alright, let's see. And we'll write a derived macro. It's been a long time. Proc macro derived, there we go. And we have the quote. Yeah, quote is another one. Quote. Parse macro input as derived macro. And we have the derive input. And then we do input dot split, oh, hold on, generics split for impl. This thing is giving me impl generics, and it's giving me type generics, and it's giving me where clause, right? I think it's a line language to know. Doing your college project using Rust. What's your college project about? Okay, so we want to derive the event, right? We want to derive the event, so we do something like implement events event for ident, and then ident is the input identifier, right? Input impl generics this or ident type generics where clause. So this way we can derive for generic structs too. And this is just a marker trait, so we don't need to do anything else really. So the thing that I don't like about the proc macros is this still not resolved in Rust. The fact that we can only like hard code the type here, the crate generics after the impl keyword. Yeah, you do something like impl t gang events event for, like, for example, for this one, what's going to be generated, right? For the draw event, the generic is this one, the lifetime here. Okay, so we just do pub use derive this. This way we can use it. So the deriving of the event should work now, I think. Cargo run example. Okay, it works. It works. Although the Rust analyzer is too stupid, we need to restart it probably. Okay, so the example works. The example works, right? Let's just have, for example, just the draw event for now, because that's already showing the things, right? So what else do we need to do? Like, I'm sending the fact that I want to draw, right? But someone else should specify how do we draw things, and we can specify multiple things to draw. So we do something like events add handler, right? You need program state. You think it's like there's multiple ways of doing this, because if I have a handler which is just having the event, which is the draw event, you know, which is the draw event, then I have the program state technically like here in the form of the closure captures, you know, state, like, you know, what to draw, I don't know, program state is 1, right? Then the frame buffer, like, let's say like all the things that we draw is we just put numbers into a list, you know. I don't know. Screen is just a list of integers. Let's do this. Right? So over here, when I have the draw event, what I want to do is like event screen, event frame buffer screen push program state, right? So like I draw the program state into the event, right? In order to access the program state for multiple handlers, we would need to like capture it and do probably like an RC ref cell thing. But it doesn't have. Everyone has to access to mutable state. Yeah, I guess this is like it is similar to when I was trying to do like the Actix web stuff, and I guess Axiom is going to be like the same, right? When you have a maybe it's not in here, like over here. How do they do app state here, right? You do a shared state like this, right? And you have a handler. You have the function handler, which is querying the state by having the state argument. We can have this as an optional extra argument of the closure, and that would make it the same as they do it in Venue. Although in Venue it's a more fine-grained access, right? Because of the ECS. But yeah, so the way I do it, like here, the event queue is not going to own the program state. It's on the outside of the events, but we can make it live inside the events, right? I have a feeling that I'm going to like end up with the ECS if we do this. But like without the ECS, the first step is to have like the global library. And just like that, we went from library to framework. Well, what's the difference? I mean, yeah. So like the first step without like the full ECS, we want to have like the global like the state, like you are saying, right? But a state is more like a resource in Bevy, right? Yeah, kind of thing. You want to say who cares? Huh? Can I make it like completely separate though? Like right now it is completely separate. Function add handler. For the event, we do the handler, which is impl fn mute on the event, right? That's all we have, right? Can I borrow the frame buffer screen as mutable? It's behind the reference. Yeah, so this event is actually like the mutable event. Categorize into the framework. Yeah, I said what's the difference? And you say that I should say who cares? No, there's a distinction. Just like the distinction between a framework and a game engine, right? That everyone gets wrong. And a handler. So yeah, sometimes you want to mutate the event, in this case specifically. So for that reason, in Ivenio, there is the receiver mute here. I feel like I can do it without the new types here too. You stand by this though. You stand by what? Well, framework library thing. So the framework is the thing that is dictating the entire architecture of your program, right? And then the library is something that you can like just put into the existing program easily. That's how I would say it. So yeah, we want it to be a library, not a framework, ideally. Which is why I don't want to have the program state here. We wanted to only handle the events. And yeah, we already know that we sometimes want to have mutable events. Yeah, so we can have handler is implement. Back to the Game of Thrones. I don't know. You can try to put some other melody in my head. I don't know why that one is there. The Game of Thrones is like 10 years old. Something, right? I'm trying to remember the Factorio music and I cannot. For some reason. Simple handler. Handler T. Should it even like be that thing, the generic? I think we just do this. Simple handler. So we have the state handler. Right? And then we implement where T is event and F is fn ut T handler for F, right? T parameter is not constrained by the impl trait, self type, and predicates. Handler for F. Does this mean that I need to have this to be generic here? Simple handler T. That compiles. And then we have the same for impl this. This has a conflicting implementation of the trait handler T. Now, by the way, I don't really like need to think about this yet though, really. We just need to figure out how to use it, right? And this program state is indeed the important one. If we have multiple handlers, right? Like we want to draw things twice, right? Then so the program state here should be it's because it's this one is yeah, I want it to be like mutable too, right? Because we want to mutate the state. So let's do this is vec 1 2 3, right? So we do program state, we pop some something from the program state and we draw it onto the screen. Twitch TV team rotations. I'm not sure what Twitch teams even do. But I have seen that before. All right. Let's try and make this. Well, I need to make it compilable first, though. Hold on. Like we want here to like basically assert that the frame buffer screen is equal to vec 3 2, right? Because this is the order of that we added the handlers. First, this works. I mean, it doesn't matter about the order here, but yeah, that's what we want to get in the end, basically. Conflicting implementations. So, but why is this implementations conflicting? These guys would not be conflicting. People can subscribe to a squad and see whoever is online in it. Yeah, but who does that? I don't know a single person who does that. Can you even? There's a subscribe button. I mean, there is a subscribe button. We could create a team of game jammers instead. Or can you be part of multiple teams on Twitch? Am I coding Python? Nah, this is Rust. Hello there. This is Rust. So is that the reason that they have the receiver though? FN mute. Receiver. No, hold on. No. It will not make any difference. I'm implementing a trait for two different types. I'm not implementing a trait for a type. I'm implementing a trait for every type that implements another trait. So in theory, there could be a type that implements both fn mute t and fn mute t. Even although this is a specific trait from the standard library, which means that it's probably not going to happen. You either implement a function with this type or with that type, but with other traits it can definitely be an issue. So we hold on. No. Here's what we do. I know what we do. We have the handler trait, and then we implement fn mute event argument handler for f, where t is event argument. That's how we do it. Then we have another trait, event argument, and then we like implement. Wait, hold on. Type t is not constrained. Oh yeah, it's not constrained is another issue. Okay, so that's why we have this to be a generic stuff, right? Handler. E. What about passing RCRF cell? Then can you decide if they want to borrow or borrow mute? Well, that's something that's already usable, yes. Let me just get to that point first. T is a event argument, right? And then, so basically we will have, so right now it doesn't compile, right? Because it says that mutable draw event argument is not satisfied, right? So we want to implement event argument for mutable t, where t is event, right? And we have similarly to that, we can have this thing that would compile, right? And actually, hold on. Why is this compiling? If both this closure and that closure, oh, I know why. I know why. It's because this my audio is butts. Is it still? There was some problem with the audio. Consider adding a default implementation. Okay, so we basically want inside these events, right? Inside this event structure, we will have like handlers, right? Which is going to be something like a hash map from the type ID probably into the list of handlers. Something, you know. This is handler T. We need this, but the type erased though, because we are going to store it in a hash map. We will need the type ID, I think. Don't understand why the event arc stuff works while the other earlier stuff didn't. Because I only have one implementation of the handler trait now, instead of having two implementations. Because, yeah. Like, imagine something like if you have trait foo, right? And you have another trait trait F E, you know? And you have basically what we're saying is that implement foo for F. No, hold on. Implement foo. This is better. Okay, function trait. This is like my own function trait, right? Implement F function trait T foo for F. This is what we are saying, right? And this is also generic foo T for F, right? And then we have this, but we had a reference and we had a mutable reference. Although we need a specific lifetime here now because it's not a function trait anymore. But when you do it with a function trait, it means for A here. This is the more verbose thing of the same thing, but with my own custom trait. So now we have the conflicting implementation. So the reason this doesn't work is because I can have a struct S, right? And I can implement function trait with a reference of an I32 for S, right? And I can have implementation of that trait for a mutable reference, like this. You know? Like, which one of these implementations are we going to consider when implementing the trait here? If we're going to use that, right? Which one of these implementations is the correct one? That's why you are not allowed to do that. Even although for the normal FN traits, you don't really like. You tried game jamming with technologies for simultaneous code editing? No. Why would we need that? We have Git. You don't want to simultaneously edit the same code. You just want to work on the separate parts of the code base. For fun. I can see, like, pair programming is fun. When I did competitive programming, it like, that's basically what we did. There was like we were yeah. But it's mostly like one person writes code and another one is checking it at the same time. For a game jam, you just assume that you write correct code and it hopefully works. And yeah, it's mostly like when you want to be like checked, then then it makes sense. Simultaneous calling reminds you of Zed, the new editor in Rust. Zed dev. Vim mode. Wait, can I use this already? Built like a video game. Is it usable already? Download releases. Nix run Nix packages Zed. Run Zed commands. Is that a different Zed? Zed is a command line tool for creating, configuring, injecting into, querying, and orchestrating Zed data lakes. I think that's a different Zed. Nix search. Nix packages Zed. A Zed editor. Yes, Nix run. Nix packages Zed editor. That's what it's called. Looks like only macOS for now. What if I run it right now? Well, we have a bunch of errors in the command line, but here we go. We have Zed, welcome to the Zed. Enable Vim mode. Send anonymous usage data. Send crash reports. Might not want to compile it on stream though. It looks like it's in the binary cache of the Nix packages, so I can just download it. Basically. I think it will work for me as is. What's the project that we're working on right now? Called gang events, right? Okay. Refs heads main not found. Deserializing release expected value at line 1. Git ignore. Git show failed. Do you want to install the recommended Git Firefly extension for the git ignore files? Cargo toml. Do you want to install the recommended toml extension for the toml files? Yes. Yes. They're downloading. Auto update failed. What about the Rust file? You don't have a recommended? Failed to start the language server Rust Analyzer. I need the drenv extension. Copilot terminal panel. My Rust is only installed in the spawn tasks. Rust Analyzer. I think we don't have the Rust Analyzer outside of the project. No, I do have it. Hold on. Failed to start it though. Why did it start? Failed to start Rust Analyzer, no such file trajectory. Or is it because the Rust Analyzer tried to spawn cargo and that is not found? Like, I need the drenv here. Where's the extensions? How do I make it full screen? There you go. How do I make the bigger? Okay. How about this? How about the font size of this thing on the left? Lab panel. Assistant panel. Chat panel. Notification panel. Editor controls. Inline assist. Buffer search. Where is the extensions? Sign in extensions. Alright, there you go. Duran. Hello? Searching the extensions made it crash. Abort. Core dumped. Amazing. Okay, there you go. That's the experience with the Z editor for now. We dumped the core. Hit 4 reinstallation attempts for the Rust analyzer. Range in and index 1 out of range. There you go. Ref cells. That's what you get for doing the ref cells. GPUI. Better than you would expected. All right. It looks like they have the extensions already, even though the editor is still like in the works, right? Or is that, or are those the official extensions? I just wanted to search the. Can I search their extensions on the website? Because that's what made me crash. Can I search the extensions without going like where are the extensions stored? Extensions. They are all here. Zig, Vue, Toml, Terraform, Svelte, Scheme, Racket, Prisma. No Duranv extensions. Alright. So I need to launch it from inside. I think I need to like launch the editor from inside the folder so that it has the access to the cargo, and then it would work probably. Did you feel the 144 FPS though? I didn't have the chance. But I definitely feel the, like, oh, you see a little bit of a cursor movement here is happening in VS Code. This is definitely not 144. I'm not even sure if this is 60 FPS. When I scroll like this, it is also not 144. But this looks like 60 FPS, I think. Or is it 144? Oh, I don't know. Is there a debug view where I can see the FPS in VS Code? All right, we have the hash map from the type ID. I'm not even sure how this is going to work yet. But the reason our example compiles, let's actually not do that yet. The reason our example compiles is that the handler is assumed to like happily like, because this handler can be dropped inside this, but we wanted to store it in ourselves, right? So we want basically this handler to be of a lifetime of self, kind of, where this is our lifetime, right? This is what we want. And in this case, it still compiles. Wait, what? Assertion failed though, because yeah, because we don't run it actually. I need to implement the library for this to work. How does this compile though? Because these are the two closures that I am supposed to like store. It's because this is a temporary borrow. Hold on. Wait, well, how do I do this? Let's just have handlers as vac box din any. How about that for now? Self handlers push box new, right? So now this does not leave long enough because we want it to be static. Oh yeah, okay, so there we go. So we probably want the events to have a lifetime, so that here we do boxed in any plus this lifetime kind of thing. And then over here for the events of this lifetime. Or we could just use static for now. But we just do this, right? Self is a reference that is only valid in the method body. Lifetime A is defined here. Mutable references are invariant over their type parameter. Borrowed value escapes outside the method. Self escapes the method body here. Requirement occurs because of a mutable reference to the vac boxed in any. I don't understand this one. Oh, we can start with a simpler version of the library. How about we start with a simpler version without the lifetimes and shit? Let's just do the static lifetimes for now. Static. This is going to work. So now this does not work because, yeah, so because we try to basically capture the same program state in two closures, right? So now we're back to this problem. So what you could do, right? Static is okay for the handler. It only means it's owned. Doesn't it? No. Not really. Like, I mean, having a non-static is better than having the static. Although it's going to be like good enough for a lot of use cases already, even with the static. Like we can have like a ref cell of this vac, right? So that this is not mutable, and we do program state borrow, right? And then program state borrow mute, right? That's what we could do. But this is not going to compile because the closure cannot outlive. So now, even although I'm capturing the same state, but without having a mutable reference, it still doesn't compile because I need a static lifetime, right? We could make this compile if the static was not a requirement. And because we need a static lifetime, we need to wrap it in another thing, which is a ref counted, like this thing, to put it, to put the, to have like the shared ownership, not in the form of a normal reference, but in the form of a reference counter. reference counted pointer instead of a regular Rust reference. And then before moving this into the closure, we would need to clone the counter, clone the reference, program state clone, and then we move it there, and then we do that. You know. Kind of thing. So this compiles. But this is an RC ref cell. I mean, technically, if you take a look, I don't know, have you tried using those web frameworks? Because I feel like they are also very similar. You usually have a shared state, and you do a ref cell or a mutex outside anyway. Like we were looking at Axum, right? So you have this state extractor for the global state. This is basically, I think, the same as like in Bevy, you have the resources. This is literally the same thing. Although in Bevy you have like the extractor, which is giving you the mutable reference to the state directly. That's because they can have concurrent access to the state. Yeah. I mean, we can make it. Yeah, but I mean, we want the handlers to be like parallelized anyway. Like it's literally the same as the scheduler in other engines. But what we can do is just have another argument. So like in Axum, it is a state extractor for the state, right? Which is state of type T. In Bevy, this would be like state, which is a resource of type T. Or in Evenio, they don't have resources, but you can have an entity. You can have a component in only one entity, basically. So you would do like a single extractor here. Is there any other alternatives though? Because if not, then why am I building my own library if I can just use Evenio then, right? It's also giving me the ECS. No, I think it makes sense. I think it literally makes sense. In most languages, that's the default behavior. The RCRef cell. Yeah, but like having to write this everywhere would be very annoying. That's not how you usually write your Rust. So there is an event, and then other than event, we can also like spawn new events from inside the event handler. That's for that reason they have the sender in Evenio, which lets you send new events from inside the handler. And then we have the state extractor. Just tape alias it. Oh, there are issues. There are issues. You don't want that because it makes it very easy to have a runtime error. If you try to use something that's already borrowed mutably, and you try to do another borrow at the same time, you are going to have panics. You are not protected anymore. You are moving the borrow checker into the runtime, which is a good tool, but you usually want to avoid that. That's why it's bundled inside the framework, then cleanly present to the user. Yeah, okay. Maybe there is no reason for me to build my own library like this after all. Right? Just use the existing one. But I was like thinking of using just like a more stable ECS library if I wanted to use ECS, such as a Hex, because it's simple and yeah. So like this one is a library, not a framework, you see? Yes, world is my state. And since the world in this ECS library is basically already like the ref cell, right? We only need a shared reference of that anyway, right? So we would not need a ref cell, we would only need to put it into the RC, the entire world. And in that case, we could just do the event part of it separately, right? Is it a ref cell? No, let me show you here. So you basically have the world, right? And inside the world you have a bunch of different like data, right? It's doing the checking automatically. I mean it's like a ref cell, but it's a ref cell over the entire like archetypes. If like it's an archetype based ECS, right? So when you have a world, where's the world? W world. And then you have query. No, hold on. This one is doing the mutable. Oh, yeah. So like if you have a mutable access to the world, then it's going to be faster because the dynamic borrow checks can be skipped. But by default, but like if you want to have like nested queries, right? Like nested loops over different types of entities, then you would probably use a normal query, which takes a normal reference and does the borrow checking in runtime. And a query mute is only better if you have a mutable access. It's same as if you have a ref cell, you can have the access to the insides of the ref cell if you have a mutable reference to it. That's like literally the same. So the world is literally the ref cell. Because in STD, in a ref cell, or even if you have a mutex, you don't need to lock a mutex if you have an exclusive like access to it. It's the same thing. If you have a mutex, and then you can have the get mute method. So if you have a mutable reference to the mutex, then you can get the inner data automatically, because this call borrows the mutex mutably, so no actual lock-in needs to take place. So you like skip the runtime check, basically, in this case. And the same is in the CCS frameworks. View, provide a random access to any entity for a given query. You borrow of this query. How does hacks help you with eventing? Well, it's not helping. That was the original idea, that I split the eventing and the ECS into two separate things instead of having Evenio being the framework that has both events and the ECS inside of it, right? So like, let's add as a dependency dev dependencies hacks, right? 010. So here's our example, right? Our program state is going to be like the world instead. X world new, right? And then we do. Can I have like the resources there? I don't think. You just do spawn. Spawning requires the mutable access though. I wish we could spawn, yeah. Okay, so for spawning we still need to put it behind the ref cell. Our program state is going to be like a world. Yeah. Spawn. So this is what we're spawning. Redbound vec dynamic bundle is not. This. So now I only need this, the reference counting. No Vim today? Yeah, no Vim today. I feel like I'm always coming back to GNOME from like Hyperland or other window managers, and always coming back to the VS Code from Vim or Helix, because it just works better. I don't know. We had that today. True. Skill issue? No. I don't agree. I do not agree. I can use Vim. It's not hard. It's just, I don't know. Like, the only reason to use Vim is to impress other people. You know? Yeah, so we don't have the borrow mute, right? Instead, we do borrow query. Is there a get? No, we just do query. Query Back. Dot. There's no single thing, right? Iterate, next, unwrap. That. And when I'm iterating over the query, it's also giving me the entity ID. I see. All right, I never used Hex. Oh, there you go. Well, that's not real code, but yeah. Cannot borrow data in this as mutable. What data? Oh, it's because I need to mute query the mutable reference to the vec, obviously, because I want to mutate it. So yeah, this is the same, and then yeah, so the Evenio library is like taking this for us and putting this already into the arguments of our handler. Yeah. Let's give them for the game jam. The exams. Okay. Well, I have no idea then what else should I do other than just use the existing library. I thought I would come up with something, but I am struggling to come up with something useful here. There's no need for me to implement the same library myself that already exists. Should we work on something else? Should we try Zig or something? Any suggestions? Hex is a nice, like I wanted to try Hex. That's one of the reasons, because I heard nice things about Hex because it's like small, like compared to like Bevy, for example, which is like the entire thing. Hex is like one small library that does one thing, right? Instead of it being the entire, like it's a library, not a framework, right? Which makes it like nicer. Got the priority straight? Mark, did you did you hear about this gem? The speed gem? That's not the first time I see it. And I wanted to participate in other ones, but I never did. Another gem, you say? Yeah. There is another opportunity to skip some exams if you are looking into. This is the developers. Wait, what did they say there? Developers make game, then the best games are played for the fastest time by speedrunners. It's kind of like... But it has the same issue you railed against with being mostly dynamic, somewhat losing static typing. Yes. Which is why like having the split is good. Like for some things you want to have the ECS, for some things you don't want to have ECS. So, but like the event system is nice. So like I want to have that decision. Like for those things that for which I would use ECS, I would use ECS. For those things that I would not use ECS, maybe I would not use ECS. Although I don't know. I feel like at this point I'm more towards the idea of the ECS than against it. I think I just don't like the way it's done in Bevy. I think I'm just a Bevy hater. I'm leaving the events thing as it is. What do you mean? This code that I have written, I'm just going to throw it away. Unless we figure something out here. At least we come up with something. Like... Evenium was nice. We used it to make a game, right? We also found a couple bugs in it. So we made the library better by reporting those bugs. No, if Kuvi knows the name change, I know. Because I'm in your Discord. I know that it's called MS Paint. I'm not sure how I feel about the change of the name, though. I feel like the old name was fine. Added liquid simulation for particles? Wait, what? Polymancer. Where would you have liquid particles in this game? Boss Jam, plus 5 new boss fights. Not out yet. Yeah, but like, I'm just trying to understand where would you put them? Or what particles? For the particles that you draw? Like these particles that like... These particles? Huh? I remember this game being faster. Why is it so slow right now? Isn't the post-gen version supposed to be like really fast? That's not hell mode? Oh, we played a different version, okay. This is so slow. It's like painfully slow. That's how casuals play the games? Can you open the leaderboard right now? You cannot. You probably need to lose. But then I need to play for 5 minutes again. Can I farm these triangles forever, by the way? I think I can, right? Or the infinite score. All right. It's too slow. It's too slow. It still is too slow. It was about to get to the good score, to the good speed. So like when you draw, you have this fluids like you're okay. I see. I understand what you mean now. I'm not sure how it would feel though. But maybe. We need to have a plan now. What to do actually. My original plan failed for the stream. Dun, 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 dun. Should I just continue working on the thing we did yesterday? Dun, 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 dun. By the way, we if we talk more about the Evenio, then they still don't have the non-send stuff, right? What is this? Consider single. A single AB is needed. You could always just use a plain query. Doo, doo, doo. Yeah, like the thing that I missed the most was the non-send. Consider removing sync send requirements. So this one was is actually deleted 3 weeks ago. Remove the send and sync requirements from the world. Okay. So I have a custom fork of this library before. So this should actually work now, right? One of the things that we can try is to open the summoning. We already use the Evenio library here, right? So we can... This is our game. Cargo run. We can try updating this to the new venue library. Bad cop stuff. I think we need to go to the main branch, by the way. Let's go to the main branch. So I am using the venue from the Bad Cops fork, which is a fork of my fork, right? But let's instead just use this thing. Is it just initializing slowly? Yeah, I guess it is. Initializing slowly. Creates IO. Evanio. Updated 1 month ago. We need to use this one from the Git. So nice of Kubi, he does not play his music on stream. We can listen to our own. Yep. Package Venio macros cannot be built because it requires Rust 178 or newer. Oh no, they require Rust 178 or newer, so we need to update our Rust. Oh no. Well, let's update the Rust. Next, Flake update. Now we need to fetch 1 gigabyte of stuff. Wait, why am I fetching 1 gigabyte of stuff? Oh, because I'm downloading the Android SDK too. Amazing. I probably have updated a little bit too much here. Yeah, that's why. Alright, well, let's download 1 gigabyte. It's okay. There's another draft pull request, splitting the events into global events and targeted event types. This was pretty much already the case internally, but attempting to hide this separation created some suboptimal code. The motivation for this is to simplify the target events. Target events no longer carry a duplicate entity ID. Reduces the event size. Sure. I see the list of issues here. Simple handler param for the world. World mute. World mute is a harder because the handler. Yeah. Back visualization for the event graph. Or there is like another idea. I can try using the Evenio library for some simple world parameter issue in handlers is what made me reject Evenio for a non-game project. Why do you want to have the entire world there instead of just querying the specific things that you need though? What do you use the do you use Bevy usually? What do you use the they call it exclusive systems, right? Those that are doing the mute world in a system. What do you use them for? Wait, hold on. My Rust is 177. Even though I just updated. Oh, wait, hold on. It's because the Rust overlay needs to be updated inside the gang then, right? Gang inputs. Rust overlay follows Rust overlay. Or I need to like just update it there. Rust overlay. Rust overlay URL is GitHub Celica Rust overlay. Right? That's the one. You usually don't, but this time you wanted to have Bevy or Venio to be a small part of the project. And you want to use it for a data store. Yeah, but like, why do you need the access to the entire world though? Why can't you not just have eventually went with slot maps? So this is like the generational arena, right? A slot is a value version. Yeah, this is just the generational arena. How does this compare to the generational arena crate? It's literally the same. Looks like. There we go, Rust 178. Let's run. There's Clippy that's running currently. All right, we'll let it work. Do it manually like it was 2005. Do what manually? Rust slot map versus generational arena. I think it's just like different implementations. Is there an actual comparison though? Generational arena versus slot map. Is there any reason to use generational arena over the slot map? Well, I mean, hold on. The generational arena is archived. So I guess you just use the slot map these days. Maybe. Of slot map, score type, slot map, and hop slot map require value types to be copied on stable Rust. That's a pretty big downside. In the upcoming version of slot map, that will no longer be the case, and you can use any type on stable Rust. This is because manually dropped, where T is not copied, is now allowed, and unions are unstable. Alright, looks like summoning is compiling at least. Is it going to work, or am I going to find some new weird bugs? Slot map is great with its secondary map. Oh, this one is archived, so I guess the generational arena is no longer used unless this is like forked or something. Secondary map. Secondary map associative data with previously stored elements in a slot map. Secondary map allows you to efficiently store additional information for each element in a slot map. You can have multiple secondary maps per slot map, but not multiple slot maps per secondary map. It is safe but unspecified behavior if you use keys from multiple different slot maps in the same secondary map. A secondary map does not leak memory, even if you never remove elements. Wait, hold on. So secondary slot is like the is this like the ECS? Is this like the component storage? For every key, you can have extra data. Technician components in ECS. Nice, but without the querying functionality, right? Over the entire, like, because it's not archetypes. It's an ECS without the archetypes. Actually what? Players is a slot map. Health is a secondary map. Oh, like it's a secondary map. It's like, okay, so you have like the players, and then you have extra data for the players. Okay. So you insert for the key in the global map this thing. So like in the global map, this is basically like the entity ID, the key of the global map, and with the same entity ID, you are associating some other data in other secondary maps because you're using basically the ID from a different map. That's, yeah, okay. Actually, but it said it is safe but unspecified behavior if you use keys from multiple different slot maps. Oh, okay. So like, yeah, okay. I see. You're supposed to use it with keys from only one other like parent map, basically. It is not tied, like this map is not tied to this map in the type system. I guess it's fine. This is not bad, actually. Works well enough for you. It's a lightweight alternative to the ECS. Let me rewrite your game to slot map. Oh, look at this, by the way. When you remove a key from the primary slot map, after any insert, the space associated with the remove element may be reclaimed. Don't expect the values associated with the removed key to stick around after the insertion has happened. Is it having like a garbage collection inside? So like this is an alternative to the ECS world, right? Instead of having the entire world, you have 3 maps, right? One for the storage of the player component, which is like the main storage, and one for the health component, one for the ammo component, right? When you remove a player from the slot map, it also basically automatically removes the data from the other slots as soon as you access them. You don't think so? That's what it says in the description here, right? When you remove a key from the primary slot map after any insert, the space associated with the removed element may be reclaimed. I mean, it's an overstatement to call it a garbage collection, right? But like you don't need to manually. May be reclaimed. Don't expect values associated with a removed key to stick around. Yeah, I think what it means. It actually makes sense. It actually makes sense. By the way, our game compiled and it works. Amazing. So the new Avenio library actually works. Nice. But yeah, hold on. So here's what's happening here. Here's what's happening. You have the so this is like the player, right? Player, and the player is like here, right? And then this is the health of the player, right? The health component of the player. You insert for this player the health, and it like lives now over here, right? This is pointing over here. So when you try to insert a new health for a different player, it's basically going to check. And if it wants to, for some reason, like use this space, it can, but it doesn't have to reuse this space. And in this case, for the removed player, it is going to like it's basically like marking this as free space, which can be used so that your stuff is not going to grow infinitely. It kind of makes sense. Just like the arena, not exactly like the arena, because like when you like, let's say that you remove a player from the original slot map and then try to access its health, it's probably going to return you the health because like the key is still existing, right? Although I would actually like them to have more guarantees about that. They say don't expect the values associated with the removed key to stick around. I would rather have it to be removed. If I try to get the value from the removed key, it should just not be there. I think that would be better. But that would mean, I guess, that they need to do a check every time I do a referencing. I try to find the item in a map. Key should have generation inside. They have it inside, but the key is the generation of the other map. So when you're accessing this map, it's not a generation from this arena, right? You have 2 arenas associated with each other. You have the key, which is the generation of this slot, right? It's not the generation of this slot, which is the associated data, meaning like the health of a player. If you create a new player and then add health to it, it may possibly overwrite your last health. Yes, overwrite the health of the removed player, right? That's what can happen. Because that is considered free. That's what I understand here. A note on memory complexity. The secondary map can use memory for each slot in the primary slot map and has to iterate over every slot during iteration, regardless of whether you have inserted the key or not. If you have some property that you'd expect to set for a minority of keys, use a sparse secondary map, which is backed by hash map. What's the reason they cannot just make it disappear always, though? Because like it's a secondary data to the existing like slot in the other map. If I remove that slot from the other map, I would expect it to not exist. That's how it works in an ECS. You remove all the data associated with that slot, right? Even in a secondary map. The secondary map has no knowledge of the main map. How does it remove the data? How do they prevent the memory leaks then? They do have the knowledge, right? Well, it's because it's associated with the previous one. It does know if you try to use the key with the same generation with the same index but with a different generation, then it will overwrite. I guess that's what it happens, right? If it's because like for every slot in the original map, you have a slot in the secondary map. So like the same, and then you check the generation, basically. Yes, no? Nerdsel checks the code already? When you insert an element, it allocates the needed space up to the index of the key, and then it says the generation at the index. Yeah, okay, yeah, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense because it's using like the same. It might as well just reserve the exact same size as the parent map, but it does not have the knowledge of the parent map. We only know the keys, right, that we're inserting. So yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense. All right, use main venue. There you go. That thing worked. So this means that I don't need to fork this library anymore, which is good. I'm wondering, like, is there a reason for me to use something like the Evenio library on this project? The sprite shape. Oh no. Probably not. I don't know. I want to use the venue again. I need to use it for something. Why do you not like Evenio, Nerdsoul? Just speed jam Evenio? Yeah, we can. Like now it's yeah, all right. It's been used by people. I've seen people use them in the Valence Discord. You don't know? You don't know what's wrong with it? You didn't like it? Well, I feel like it's just like the ECS that we're not used to is what's confusing. But the event part, I think I like. But it seems that splitting it is weird. I can try rewriting this game into the venue. This game is small enough. The problem you see is how it scales. It scales better than my current approach, I think. No? What's the problem with how it scales, though? It scales really easily, I think. It's hard to do what a regular function does. You have to create an event, etc. Bot attack. Yeah, they attack very often recently. Set up auto mod. Like, here's an example, right? So this is the code for that game, right? And we have the entire logic of the game here, right? We have so this is happening like every frame. I'm moving the player, I'm checking the controls. This thing can be like just split into a separate method, but like for example over here where the collision is happening, right? And when the collision is happening, we do some like physics, and then we spawn some particles, and then we play a sound effect. And those three things, I want them to live completely very far away from each other. The sound system, the gameplay logic, and the other thing. So I would like just spawn an event here, which is called we have collided with something, right? And when I have collided with something, then the particle system would like subscribe to it and spawn some particles, and then the sound system would spawn to it and play the sound effect, right? Do you really though? Do I really what? You're too lazy to argue about that? Is that a 3000 lines function? Well, yeah. It was that was done for a game jam. I was just adding stuff in, right? Actually, like, if I'm not using the Evenio library, right, I can just like say something like collisions, push the collision here, right? Because the collision has happened. That's the same as the event. Maybe the generic event system could be like events, push, collision, right? There's no such thing as a too long function. Hold on. I have an idea. I don't know if it's like a good idea. Like a lightweight library like this. Again. What is this? No. We want Gink events. This one. That we started earlier today. So here's the example, right? Well, like instead of having... So we have... world is a hex world. Let's remove the hex again. No hex. No hex. Oh, we have the state data back 1 2 3, right? We're going to have state data is a back this, right? What if we do like a we want to have like handler for the draw event for our state, right? And we can handle. So over here we would have a mutable reference to ourselves, which is the state, and then the event is like the draw event, right? You know? So the state is the handler for the event. State knows how to handle it. Although this means that I cannot add other handler. Wait, hold on. This is not it. This is not it. That's not how I want it. Because I want to have multiple handlers for the same event. Are you sure it wouldn't work? Well, like I said, let's say, like the example from that game, right? I would like to have the handler for the collision for my game, right? Something like this. So we handle the collision, right? And like over here, I want to like spawn particles. I want to do some sound, and I want to do the and I want to do like the physics, like the gameplay logic of it, right? So but this is not what we want. This is not what we want, because we want we don't want to inject this into the source code of the entire game, right? We want to put an extra handler in, you know, because like when you're working on a sound system, that should be like a layer on top of the game. So this code should not be present in the game code, you know. The code for doing the sound effect on a collision should be a layer on top of the game code. Does that make sense? Like a plugin in Bevy. You add a plugin for doing the sound, right? And potentially you would be able to like just not have that plugin enabled, and you would have a game without the sound this way. But it's yes, like injecting the things that happening when the collision is happening in the game is different. I don't know, it's almost like if the events struct here contained the game state inside, right? So like events, and then the events is like owning the state. Or if it does not own the state, then when I'm sending the event, I need to send the event to the state. And then my handlers would have the state as a mutable state. Like, that makes more sense to me then. Does that make sense? So we add a handler. This gives me the entire state then. And the event is this. So the handler is always like a function of two arguments then, the state and the event. But how do you send the event from the event? Well, okay, for sending the event from the event, you will have another. You will have like the sender is the event sender is a third argument. This one we can make this one optional, for example. Or we can even make this one optional. We can make all of them optional, technically, right? which is why, yeah, which is how they usually do that in those like web frameworks or in Bevy, right? That's why you have the wrapper here, which is like the receiver or like state wrapper, right? Or the fetchers. Or like in case of Bevy, this is the command, the commands, right? The command buffer, which is basically like the same thing. Does it make sense to make something like this? Just because it doesn't have the ECS, but otherwise it's the same as the venue. State, data, op, unwrap. So this is the how it would work then. We don't do this. We don't do that. So when I'm sending, we have the state. State. We give the mutable reference to the state. And we have the event. And then handlers is handler for a state too, right? Handler is a handler of event in the context of that state, I guess. Handler for the state. S. Like this. And then we need an event sender. An event sender would have a lifetime, which is giving us the access to like the event queue here. Can I do the same for this and event handler? I don't think I can do that, right? Yeah, this one is going to be the conflicting implementation now. Wait, hold on. How do they do that in Bevy? How do you implement? I did that before. Well, for functions with different arguments. There was a nice blog post going around that. I did that before already. Wait. Simple A O for F A F O for F where F and A, right? Also is not constrained here. Is another issue. Wait, can you find the blog post? I don't remember anything. Implement and traits, Rust something, I don't know. People trait for FN traits. Implementing trait for the function closure types. I think you like made a separate, basically a different, like my function trait with the arguments, which has like type return value or something, and then you implement for all the functions. Implement implement my function trait for f a for my function trait a for f where f fn a into r, and then you have like type return is r. So like if you have this, and you have a b r, and you like generate it with a macro too, right? A b, there you go. Yeah, so now you have your function trait where the arguments is basically like a tuple of your arguments, and you have like the return type as an associated type here, right? Let's do it for fn mute. Yeah, you just need an extra trait because the fn trait is a weird one. And then you do something like so f is not fn mute, is like my fn trait st my fn oh wait, hold on, no. Yeah. Oh, hold on. This is still this is still the same. Van sender. This is still wrong. Do you need? Yeah, I don't think this specific thing can happen. That's literally why. That's literally why you have every argument in a function to follow a specific to like implement a specific trait, right? Which is like a world query or something, right? Like in the Evenio library, for example, or when you have a handler. your handler can, as an argument, all the arguments are like of the types that can implement a certain trait. Then it's doable. And in this case, like but I'm trying here to do it based on the order instead of implementing traits, which would require the new types. Can I do it without the new types? Hold on, let me see. Like, so like the first argument is the state, the second argument is the event, and the third argument is optional event sender. Yeah, I think I can do that. Hold on. Hold on. I know exactly. Hold on. Type. No, hold on. Trait, handler, arguments. There you go. And then we have a type state, and we have a type event arg, which is the event arg. Oop. So instead of having this impl, we go through another indirection. We go through args, which are handler args. We implement the handler or the args state and args event argument, which I don't even think that we need. Hold on. F. Hold on. We want the function, right? We want the function. And the function needs to implement the my function trait args. This one is now not constrained though. Shit. I guess like it's handler args then. Hold on. I'm not sure. We're like this is getting out of control. A little bit. So we implement the handler args, right? Because this is the function that takes the handler those handler args, and we implement the handler args for tuple of the state and the event, where s is anything and e is event arg, right? State is s, event arg is e, and we also implement it for the tuple of this and sender event sender a. And then we don't have the conflict anymore. Yeah. Args, handler args. We have handler, which is implementing the handler for these args. Okay, the library compiles, and then in the example itself says that the trade bound, this trade bound is not done. So the state is a mutable state. And then we have here state and sender. Hold on, this one is still not. Handler is not specified. Hold on, so this one is already compiling, but that one is not. Cargo run example. I think this is the post, but it's bigger than what you remember. Dependency injection, like Bevy from scratch. 1 second, I'm almost done. The so we need this closure to implement it. We know that the closure without the event sender already implements this stuff, right? But now the closure with the event sender. Oh, I know why. I know why though. I know why. Handler args. I know why. This lifetime is breaking it. Because we need it to be implemented not for any lifetime, but for all lifetimes. Kind of thing. I'm pretty sure I will want the lifetime here. I mean, let's do it without the lifetime first. Let's do it without the lifetime first. We just do this, you know? Does it compile then? It does not. Wait, why not? What Zig did to you? Nothing, I didn't try it. What do you mean? What is this book about? Several Rust libraries use a pattern, something like this. In this example, Bevy. This, that. Most users can intuitively graph what this causes the app to automatically call these systems once per frame, but very few are able to figure out how this is possible. Okay, there's an entire book about it, right? Handler args. Oh, wait, hold on. It's because I don't have the implementation for a function that takes 3 arguments. I need a macro here to generate it for all like the different argument. Yeah, it's because we don't have the we need, you know what we need in Rust? Instead of having like the macro for like all the different tuple sizes and shit, we have the const generics for the different length of the arrays. But for the different tuples, we need that other feature. What's it called? The variadic generics, right? There you go. It was already working. I wonder if even the lifetime was the issue. Let's bring back the lifetime. Okay, it still works. The lifetime is not the issue. Okay. Did I draw the user pic? Yes, but on Twitch, the user pic is drawn. Yes, I did it, but I did it after my friend drew the black and white picture of that. So I did not make the original drawing, but I added color to it. All right, let's actually implement this thing then. Why not? Let's implement this thing so that my test actually works, right? The assertion is failing currently. So we want a handler for the event, right? When I'm sending the event, I need to call multiple things, right? So the event argument, type event, right? So we need to retrieve the t from the mutable reference to t. We do type event is t. Same here and same for this reference. Okay. So the handlers is basically going to be a list of handlers for the specific kind of an event, right? So, like I said, it's going to be more like a hash map from a type ID into a list of boxed handlers. But what is a boxed handler? Because the handler has the generic arguments, and we need to like erase the types here, right? Which I think we just do vag boxed in any. So like a void star, right? That's what we do here. Which I could literally just store a pointer there and do unsafe, but we'll try to do it in safe first. Okay, handlers is the empty stuff. So when I do the handler, we do handlers entry. So the type ID std, is it any type ID, type name of the, no, not the type name, it's the type ID of the type, and the type here is going to be the handler arguments, event argument, event, so the event type basically. Ambiguous associated types. Yeah, we want args, event arg, as event arg, event, right? Type ID of, and then we need to call this function. There you go. We have the all the handlers of this event type that we get from the closure arguments, right? Oh wait, hold on, but we need like the type ID of both the state and the argument, right? Should wait, hold on. So let's like, if my events are not holding the state, maybe should I have like multiple states that should be like I'm not sure like what should be the API here. Should this state should the events own the state, or should it be when I'm sending the event? And these are the states that I want to update based on the state. Which one is better? Owning or not owning? Why would I want to have multiple different state types? It's like the different resources then, right? And we are back to the ECS. If I send the event, events send. So the events is literally just a set of handlers, right? It's just a set of handlers, and then I say that this state should handle this event. And then we can, yeah, okay. So it's not like the events, because I'm not storing any events inside. I'm only storing the handlers, right? Send. So then we have the handlers, which is going to be like based on the type ID of the event. And then we're going to have another hash map based on the type ID of the state. entry or default, and then entry for that or default, and we push the handler. State might not leave long enough. Handler args. State and event arg. Event arg. Event arg does not need to be static. Wait, what? Hold on. Oh wait, hold on. I cannot get the type ID of something that's not static. So I would need to like erase the lifetime from it using some type magic too. Yeah, I remember that. I don't know. I feel like we're doing nothing right now. The std any type ID of, yeah, this requires that the type that we're getting the ID of is static. This limitation might be removed in the future, but right now it is not there. So we can have another trait which allows us to remove the lifetime. Although, hold on, static, like the event itself can be static. Like the event of the argument can be static. We can do that. So T is event, right? And the event has the static lifetime on it. Not the event argument. Event argument does not need to be static because it's a reference. But the event itself should be. Yeah, there you go. And then the state also is static. Okay, can do that. So now we have added the handler into there, and then when I'm sending the event to the state S and the event of type T, setting this to E, right? We're going to have self handlers get for get the handlers for the type ID of the event, right? Get moot, and then handlers get moot for the type ID of, don't call it doing nothing, call it development. Yeah, but like, what's the reason I'm writing this code right now? We literally have like, I mean, it's I don't know. We can call it practice, but there is no reason. I don't know. Maybe we will come up with a reason as we implement this thing, but there is currently no reason for it anymore. Of state, type ID of state. So we say if let some handlers be this, then we do something. So S is state. State is just anything, so we just have static here. I mean, we can have a marker state for marker trait for the state too, if we really wanted to. Yeah, let's have the marker trait for the state, just like we have for the event. Why not? Marker trait is good. Create event, create state. And then we have the derive macro for the state. Just like that. And we're going to like derive state here. Right? No proc macros present for crate. Ah. Oh, my macro is defined multiple times. Yeah, sure. Okay, this one is called derive event. And this one is called derive state. There you go. So the handler should be the handler. If S is state, then this should be the handler for this, right? These are the handler arguments, the mutable state. Needs to be there. Okay. Lifetime bound, not satisfied. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I'm literally having the event that's not static right now, though. If I want to have that, then we will need. Then we will need to have like a type function that would get me a type that is static from a type that's not static. Like you know, we could implement static type for this, which has like the static type to be equal to, I don't know, like it doesn't even matter. Like all I care about there is that it's a different type with a different type ID. So we just generate in a derive macro like the draw type tag, you know, for example. What if we have literally the type tags? Then so this thing would be static and it would have a different type ID because of that. Because we don't care about the lifetime being different. Half proud of yourself. Have worked for over 10 hours today. What happened? What's this what needed to happen for Veldak to work for 10 hours on the Friday when the Friday fact of the factorial was dropped? Well, we are doing fine. We are doing absolutely nothing on today's stream. I had an idea of making a library that I don't see the point of anymore. And we're still writing some code for absolutely no reason. Just to practice, I guess. Some type magic. You're stealing data from money. Huh? Think it's interesting? This library that I'm making. I was learning Azure API management and deployment using Terraform and fixing bugs and tasking coworker to migrate some API and fixing after him. And then I started to work on naming convention. Naming convention is very important task. I could work on that for 10 hours. I see why you worked for 10 hours today. I can see how that happened. Dun, dun. Yeah, we can do the type magic so that we can just get the type ID of that. Like we want the type without the lifetimes here for this event. We can have it in the derive macro. Sure. When I'm deriving the event, I'm going to have a type static tag is a static tag, and then we'll have something like struct static tag, and we like generate the identifier here. Static tag is sin ident new like I almost want like to generate a random token here. New raw. Same, but creates a raw identifier. I guess we don't really care. We'll do something like this. Can I just interpolate this directly? Maybe? Can I? Okay, I can. Yeah, because it implemented the toString just like this. So this means, now that I have the tag, this means that the static requirement is no longer on my events, but we have a type static tag, which is going to be used, like this type is static, right? Because it's just a tag for the sake of the type ID. Like this. And then this is event type ID of event static tag. Basically just scraping some marketplace and have an idea why people buy this scraping. And scrape data gets outdated. Is that legal? I'm constantly telling a worker. To name things, whatever the way he likes it. It's an internal thing, and once we name it, we have something to start with. We can improve. But with API, too many groups to communicate with. Yeah, like the public-facing API should have more thought than the internal stuff. That makes sense. Can have an internal business. Okay, well, I mean that's the public, the API of your users, or like whatever. Yeah, I guess. The users don't need to be like public. Okay, so for handler in handlers, right? So now we have a handler that's stored for a specific type of an event and for a specific state, right? But this is a din any. We want to do handler downcast. Oh, but I don't want to. Yeah, okay. Hold on. Downcast. Okay, hold on. We need to convert the handler into a boxed DNFN. I guess there's multiple ways of doing this. Downcast. Box T. Yeah, like we have like a boxed handler. So the handler arguments are those things, but we're always going to give it the thing. Okay, handler is a boxed din fn mute. Let's have this as a type. So this is a type. Type handler type boxed handler of a s state and e event is boxed in fn mute of the mute s, mute e, and the event sender of a, which is like for a, basically, right? Okay, so handler is boxed handler of the wait, hold on. I'm actually wondering if you can or you cannot. So this is the event type here. Event. Can you do a type alias inside a generic function? Or can you not? Can't use generic parameters from outer item. That's bad. I want to just have an alias to some like type function here. Okay. I never needed that before. You can what? Like I want to extract this type variable into a variable, right? So that I don't need to copy paste this over here. This specifically is a variable that I want to extract into a variable, but I will need to do that here. Oh. And by the way, we expect fn mute closure. So like this is not going to work immediately. We need to have some like handler boxed. So we need to have another thing, another magicary. That's like struct of s. Yes. But like you still have it as a function, right? Not as a variable. You have it as a type function. instead of a type variable inside the thing, right? But yeah, that's better, kind of. Anyway, we need to like be able to convert a handler into a boxed handler. Dun, dun. Can you not do a local type? I cannot do a local type because the type in Rust is it's similar as like the function. If I do a function f, the function cannot take as an argument a generic argument here, right? Because this is a static function, not generic function inside the generic function, you know? You cannot use the generic parameters from the outer item, and same goes for the types. Even although I feel like it could. So same as you like needed to have an inner function to be a generic function, you need to have an inner type to be a generic type, like you said there. Function, boxed. I'm no expert, but this doesn't look like SandLinker. Self. Boxed handler of args state, args event arg. As event arg event. So when I'm implementing this for that stuff, my function trait, we implement the handler for this. We have into the box. We do box new state event sender. State event sender. And then the handler args is something that can be converted. Hold on. It is something that can be converted from this tuple. And we're just going to ignore the sender for the other. So like from tuple of self state. Can you even do that? Can you even reference yourself here? From self state, self event arg event. How long do you code in Rust? For a long time. Ambiguous. Handler args. Like for about 8 years, something like that, maybe more. I don't know. What year it is right now? 2024. I started about like 2015 or 2016. Yeah, I need to be able to convert this from a tuple. This tuple has references too. So handler arguments. Should this have lifetimes? Associated may not live long enough. Okay, I think we have reached the limit of the type system. I remember this error, which does not make any sense. Event does not live long enough. Even though we have literally the fact that it's static. Oh wait, hold on. We don't have the fact that it's static. Wait, hold on. Who requires us to be static? Oh, in order to do the boxing? Yeah. In order to do the boxing. Args may not live long enough. Boxed handler. Wait. Handler's args. Okay. Did you not publish gang? No, I did not. Because I have a dependency that is not updated on the crates yet. So we need to like do something about that or need to wait. There are the two options. Remember how in 2014 one guy in our company had all his job put into calling people to switch from C++ to Rust. Over 1000 commits in gang? Yeah. Are you working on the engine right now? What are you doing? Just updating the dependencies? Well, you are doing something useful at least, unlike me. I could be playing Factorio instead. Right, Feldek? The type parameter args must be valid for the static lifetime so that the args will meet the static requirement. Wait, the type parameter args must be static. Args is handler args. Wait, hold on. Can I even do that? I cannot do that. Can I? Lifetime and only live enough. We require that A must outlive static. Who requires that though? Who requires that? Over here I'm going to push the handler, which is boxed. Well, no, we need to convert that box into the any box. Lifetime made lot live long enough. Trade bound. Oh, look at this. Trade bound. A mute SE event sender from is not satisfied. Trade bound from, which is required for that, is not satisfied. Okay. So now we need to implement handler args. I think, hold on. No. I know exactly what we need to do. Do I? Once you remove that lifetime, the handler args does not need a lifetime here. No. We don't do a from. We don't do a from. We instead have a method here. Function from. And then over here, we do the lifetimes. Yeah, there you go. Oh, yeah, but I do need the lifetime. Hold on. I do need the lifetime. Syntax error expected a name. Date. And sender is event sender. Also a lifetime. Right? Set our E found the event. For E event, yeah. No, hold on. No. Yeah, that's right. But the box depends on request. There's a body box is bloated, yeah. What's wrong with that? Trother, hello. How are you doing? So the event arg then should be convertible from mutable event, I guess. Mutable. I thought Zig stopped development. Are they back on? I have no idea. I never tried it. You're here for the clickbait title? I never tried it. I have no idea. We can do some research. Zig stopped development. Is that so? Is Zig programming language dead? Have they ever stopped? I didn't hear about anything about them being stopped. Zig is safer and faster than Rust. Look at this. There are endless debates about Rust versus Zig. This false explores the side of argument I don't think it mentioned enough. I was intrigued to learn the Rock language rewrote their standard library from Rust to Zig. What made the Zig better option? They wrote that they were using a lot of unsafe Rust and was getting their way. They also mentioned that Zig had way more tools for working in memory unsafe environments, such as reporting memory leaks in tests, making the overall process much better. So is Zig a better alternative for writing unsafe Rust? Or is the conclusion? Writing a substantial amount of unsafe Rust really sucks. The whole point of Rust is to use the borrow checker, but when you frequently need to do something the borrow checker doesn't like, should you really be using the language? No, you just get good first and then use the language. You like the idea? What's the Zig's idea? Zig? What's their core idea? Is that it's a simple language. Like, now this is where I don't like simple languages. Although it depends on their definition of the simplicity, because Go is a simple language and I hate Go. Go is bad. It's the worst one. Focus on debugging your application rather than debugging your programming language knowledge. Wait. So this is where they like where they do different things from Rust, right? Where in Rust you need to know the language to make your program work. In Zig you need to write bugs and then debug it. Is that correct? That's the idea. You write bugs instead of writing correct software, and then you debug it. That's the idea, right? Am I reading this correctly? A fresh approach to metaprogramming based on compile time, code execution, and lazy evaluation. Call any function at compile time, manipulate types as values without runtime overhead. Well, the comp time did look interesting here. I agree with that. Although I don't think it's very new, because I have seen something similar in the D language. Not sure how similar though, because I never tried Zig, obviously. I think many of their choices are just plain bad. No variable shadowing, no macros, unused variables are errors even in debug builds. No hidden memory allocations. So you pass the allocator explicitly. This is also something that I don't agree with. Like, if we talk about the no hidden memory allocations, I kind of understand why, but at the same time, this should be handled by the algebraic effect system. Ideas. Not ideas. Documentation. Algebraic effects. Allocation. No, not here. Is it not here? Sometimes an interesting concept, but it leads to strange error reporting and kind of typeless generics. The allocator thing is awesome. I don't think if it's like it's too explicit. You want this to be implicit, but at the same time you want to have control over it. Like having control over the allocator is good, right? But yeah, I think in a language with the algebraic effect, it could be done really nicely without having the downsides of the any approaches. Did you actually try it? Strange errors. If you do stuff in the compile time, can you not control your compilation errors then? Cursive Zig is more memory safe than C on C++. Should be the same from what I understand. It just allows you to do stuff easier. It has nothing to do with memory safety. Does it? It just lets you write your memory unsafe code easier, so that it's harder to make bugs. But like the language itself, from what I know at least, but I never tried it obviously, so I don't know nothing. There's some kind of two-tiered error reporting. You have to fix it all, and suddenly the new pack of errors pop up. Well, first there's an error during the compilation time, and then there's the error after the compile time has like, I don't know, what does it do, the compile time? It's generating code using the code, right? So once that code is successfully generated, you get the new errors, right? That's what's happening. It's like an error inside the proc macro in Rust, the code for the proc macro versus the expanded proc macro errors once it actually the proc macro successfully compiled. Maybe, I don't know. I remember doing some stuff in D language. You could like do some funny stuff there. It was cool and weird at the same time. Hold on. This example on their website, by the way, they have while, it, next, and then num. Do I understand this code correctly without knowing any Zig? But this is a for num in it, where it is the iterator, and num is the item in the iterator. So while it next returns something, it calls this closure, with num being the argument, which is the result of the next. But then they also have the for loop. For expected list items, expected actual. So this is doing the zipping of the two iterators automatically. That's so weird. Although I might be misunderstanding stuff here. For is only for slices and ranges. What can you tell me about the B plus tree internal node side? B plus tree. What is a B plus tree? Is an Amory tree. Hold on. This article has multiple issues. Is a tree with a variable but often large number of children per node. A B plus tree consists of a root, internal nodes, and leaves. The root may be either a leaf or a node with two or more children. The B tree can be viewed as a B tree, in which it knows containing only keys. but not key value pairs, and to which an additional level is added at the bottom with linked leaves. The primary value is the stored data for efficient retrieval in a block-oriented storage context, particularly file systems. Is this an interview? I don't know. Internal node size. Well, in the internal nodes, you are storing the keys only, right? Do you know why the size of the internal node M is more than equals D minus 1 and less than or equals 2D minus 1? What is D? What is D? D's? I never used this data structure. D is the order of the tree. Order of the tree. Differences between the tree order and degree. The order is the maximum number of children a tree's node could have. Could have. But in the B plus tree, the tree can have any number of nodes, any number of children, right? So the maximum number is infinity. So D is infinity. Is that right? Are you talking about a specific kind of a B plus tree? Because B plus tree is too generic from what I understand. Characteristic. Or is B plus tree a specific thing still? Is M a tree? What's an M tree? Each node has no more than M children. With a variable but often a large number. Okay. Is testing if people are still better than ChatGPT in those things? If I ask ChatGPT, we would get the answer probably faster than what I'm doing right now. Right? B plus tree stores index of the database. Is it a database now? The B plus tree is just an M tree with a variable thing. Doesn't have anything to do with the database here. You are the database. As with other trees, B plus trees can be represented as a collection of three types of roots of nodes: root, internal, aka interior, and the leaf. The B plus trees, the following properties are maintained for these nodes. If ki exists in any node in a B plus tree, then ki minus 1 exists in that node where I plus more than or equal than 1. What is a ki? If key exists in any node, and key. Oh, okay. So like the key is like, because it's a binary like search tree, right? So the if a node has more than one key, then the previous key is in the same node, unless it's the first key in the node. That makes sense. Like, I mean, that I understand. It isn't binary. Well, I mean, okay, it's just a It's a balanced search tree, right? A B tree, it's not binary tree, like it's a balanced tree. Not to be confused with binary tree, yeah. I am unsure why everyone is talking about tree algorithm other than it just being a programmatic method. It could be used in Zig for sure. It's perfectly balanced, better than the red-black tree. It's perfectly balanced as in the number of keys. So like, do you like configure the M on the emery tree? So like, and it's like trying to have the number of keys in every node to be balanced, right? Is that how it's working? I would assume, right? All leaves are on the exact same depth. Yeah, yeah. And all the leaves are linked with doubly linked list. Perfectly balanced as long as the dark side of the tree doesn't take over. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yep. You remember learning this? So this is used in the file system, but I have never implemented my own file system, which is why I never needed it. And I don't know. Yeah. Well, I mostly did like competitive programming. In competitive programming, it's not used either. The lecture says that this is what's used in all modern DBMS. Yeah, but I never implemented the database. Like, yeah. What DBMS stands for? The Database Management System, right? Yeah. At first search for a job, you got asked to quickly search for items in a txt file with column filters provided. You just wrote a C program that loads that, builds indices and columns, but they wanted you to just load the file to the SQL. How, Jerem? Oh, I have an idea. How about, since we're doing nothing today, we can do some shit like the lead code or something like that. Because this is not useful anyway. Coding game. I used coding game website once. I don't know what to do here. I have been promoted to Wood 2 League of the Fall Challenge 2023. Oh yeah, that's right. I did something for the Fall Challenge 2023 here. Plus 25 XP. And then Wood 1. And then the Bronze League. Nice. Get to the Bronze League. What do you want to do on coding game today? What's that noise? Nagilon is now following me. Is that you? Harder, better, faster, stronger. Certifications. Artificial intelligence. Legend level. How do I get a legend level? Somewhere. What's my profile? I have no certifications. I'm like no one. How do I get my certificate? A Ruby addict. All right, how do I solve something in events upcoming? What is that? Puzzle. The total is right. What is that? Oh, hello there. Rust. 2 puzzles, uncertified. The developer hasn't yet taken the coding game certification. However, the developer has used Rust to solve 2 puzzles. How do I get the certification in Rust? Or we can try to get a certification in Zig so that I have used it, and we can say for sure that Rust is better. Events, upcoming, past, solo puzzles. Do I do puzzles? Or what do I do? Classic puzzle, very hard. You're not sure Zig is in there? Click the home button in the corner. Home. Alright. Introduction. Solving these puzzles. How do you understand how the puzzles work on the coding game? Game loops right into the standard output. Statement. A tutorial mission for all newcomers. Your program must find which of the 2 targets is the closest. Solve it. Got it. This is your mission statement. Got it. Choose a programming language. Alright, which one do we use? There is no Zig here, indeed. If I wanted to try Zig, is there something similar to the advent of code? Or is it just the advent? I can just do the advent of code. And then like do a Zig. 2023. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, the last advent of code is 2023. That's right. There we go, I solved them all. Like I know the solutions, right? We can try Zig by oh wait, hold on, but I cannot like submit it again, right? Can I go into the different year and try solving those events? 2022. 1. You can check if the result is the same. Yeah, but I can just go and solve a different one. The one is going to be easy anyway, right? The question is, do I want Zig? Or do we do a different language for everyone? We want to confirm that Zig is worse than Rust, and we still want to also confirm that Go is worse than Rust. Go is something that I tried, but I only tried it for like a minute, and then I realized that it's bad. But that was a long time ago. So maybe it's better now, right? Next in Idris. You used UIUA? What even is that? General purpose stack-based array-oriented programming language with a focus on simplicity, beauty, and tacit code. Well, I want the beautiful code. What is that? Is it beautiful because it uses emojis? Wait. Why do they use emojis for coding? Repeat. Work. Add values. Dip. Is this APL? This is APL but with colors. You like APL is like emojis but without the colors, right? This one is just like math symbols. I mean, no, this one is also colored here, so maybe they both have colors. You have 0 stars in Advent of Code. You never was quick enough. You don't need to be quick for the Advent of Code. You get this star even if you are slow. If you are quick, then you get on the leaderboard, right? But you don't need to get on the leaderboard to get the star. Alright, suppose the elves finished writing their items, calories, and with following list 1000, 2000, 3000, 4000. The list represents the calories of the food arrived by 5 elves. 1, 2, 3, a total of 600, of 6000. Second elf is this. In case of the elves get hungry, we need to know which elf to ask. How many calories are being carried by the elf carrying the most calories? Okay, so we need to like split by the empty line and find the biggest number here, right? So in this case, it's 2400 because 9 plus 15, yeah, this one is 2400. Yours is gone. I bet I saw it near your username. Near my username, what? It's because I went to the. It's because I went to the different year. It shows near the username the stars for the year that's selected, I guess. Okay, how do we do Zig? Alt F4 here. Make their band of code Zig. Now let's just do this. Mm -hmm. Doo -doo -doo. Huh? If only I remember how to write the Nix flakes, that would be okay, we don't use the Rust overlay. What do we do? Do we just have the Zig compiler here, right? That's all we need, right? Zig 011. We just have that, right? And we just install this here. Zig. The 12 is the latest. 012, yeah, it's in yeah, okay. 012. Overlay, we don't need that. Import Rust overlay, we don't need that. Okay, we download the entirety of LLVM for Zig. I thought Zig is like, I thought Zig is not based on LLVM, is it? I thought Zig has like its own implementation of the compiler, no? It has, but it's still not by default. And only for debug builds, you can beat LLVM optimizations. Isn't GCC comparable to the LLVM? Is LLVM faster than GCC for C? I guess it, I thought it like depending on the program. Do I use code? VS Code. Open folder. End of code. Okay, so how do I start even? Can I do a one file .zig? Install extension Zig. Is there a Zig extension? Zig language. This one. Language support. Install. The Zig path hasn't been set. Do you want to specify? What does this even mean? You want to specify the path or install Zig? Use Zig in path, right? We recommend enabling ZLS, the language server, for a better experience. You want to install it? Use ZLS in path. But we cannot find the ZLS, so we need to have the ZLS here, right? Is that correct? Is it just going to work? Going to restart, reload, reload the window. How would I know that it works? How do you write a function here? Saving Zig. Running Zig language for matter. Okay. What is the Zig language? It's a language. A programming language. Okay, the formatter worked. Okay. It just took a little bit of time to think. I can hover. Okay. So what do we do here? How do we write a hello world in Zig? Hold on. Zig. Oh, there is a Zig init. Do we have like a project? There's build.zig, zigzone. Hold on. Remove this. Zig init. Now we have the main Zig. We have the root Zig. We have the Zig cache. We have the build Zig. Although this function looks imperative, its job is to declaratively construct a build graph. Wait, hold on. So they have a build system that's written in Zig. Okay. Test tab, depend on. Sounds like a lot of code for the barebone project, though. But okay. Camel case? No, there's snake case. Look at this here. Wait, hold on. There's both snake case and camel case. If you have a method that's camel case, if you have a variable that is snake case, if you have a function, if you have a type, then it's And sticks case. Wait, hold on. This is called mixed case, right? And this one is called camel case. Anyway, Pascal case. Pascal case. I think in Rust for some reason they have upper camel case and lower camel case. Okay. In this library, at least. I have seen sometimes people call the lower camel case the mixed case. Is it the Surdy library that's doing it? No, Pascal case and camel case. Yeah, like. It's not a lot of code. It looks long file because there are comments. Something Kubi never does. Even if I remove the comments, there is still a lot of code here. No. Zigzon. What's the Zigzon? Name. This is semantic versioning. In the future version of Zig, it will be used for package deduplication. This field is optional. Specifies the set of files or directories that are included in this package. This makes all files recursively included in the package. It's better generally to explicitly list the files. Okay, whatever. Do I do something like zig run? Zig run help. What am I supposed to do here? Zig build run? What's a build run? Zig. Semantic analysis, LLVM, init emit object. All your codebase are belong to us. Run Zig build test. Well, the first impression of the Zig language is that the hello world, like I know that we complain about the build times in Rust, but the hello world in Rust is compiled a lot faster than this. That was like 3 seconds. If you do a hello world, the empty project, it would do it a lot faster in Rust. Okay, now what? Zig build help. Run the app. Skip this, build the game. What game? Do we build a game in Zig? You mean we skip the advent of code, the tutorial part, right? We go straight into the game development with Zig. Test, simple test. std array list. Okay. Okay. Decades ago, we were fascinated by comments flying by. Now in digital age, we're fascinated by comments flying by. Yeah, too much comments for my taste. Don't forget to flush. Try to not forget the flash. Could we test languages by writing a game? We don't only write a game. Like usually when I go into a new language, I write a game engine. I mean, we start by OpenGL and like drawing a triangle on the screen. Usually. Although I don't have, I don't know. Should I do this? No, I should not. Why am I even writing Zig right now? Who thought it? Who told me to do that? Who are we to blame? std debug print. All your ass belong to us. Where args is code base. Dot. This, that. who paid you to do this, not a sponsored Zig stream. Alright, where's the tutorial? Check out the resource presented in the Learn section. Documentation. Do I read the language reference? Introduction. These are all introduction to the Zig aimed at programmers with different backgrounds. In-depth overview from a systems programming perspective. Why Zig when there's already C++, D, and Rust? An introduction for Zig for C++, D, and Rust programmers. No hidden control flow. If Zig code doesn't look like it's jumping away to call a function, that it isn't. Examples of hidden control flow. Operator overloading. So the plus operator might call a function. Is that really hidden though? I don't think that's hidden. First class support for no standard library. Portable language for libraries. Package manager build system for existing projects. I remember one presentation by Kevlin Haney, where he refactored bad enterprise code. He fixed first grammar in comments and then removed them. Dun, dun. In-depth overview. Small simple language. Performance and safety. Choose 2. Zig has 4 build modes. And they can all be mixed and mashed the way down the scope granularity. Debug, release safe, release fast, release small. Here's what integer overflow looks like at compile time. Regardless of the build mode. Test, integer overflow at compile time. Const x u8 is 255. X plus 1. Zig test, error, overflow of integer. Here's what it looks like at runtime in safety checked builds. Panic, integer overflow. So like, okay, this is the const. So yeah, okay. And this one is the var. That's runtime. Zig uses undefined behavior as a razor sharp tool for both bug prevention. Imagine using undefined behavior to preventing bug. That's the first time I heard that. How can you use undefined behavior to prevent a bug? Usually undefined behavior is the source of bugs. Speaking of performance, Zig is faster than C. Okay. Where's the tutorial of the language? Instead of like, stop marketing the language to me. It's try, where's the like, the thing? Zig is also a C compiler. Whatever. I want to learn like how to write the code here. Learn Zig by fixing tiny broken programs. So the the way you write Zig is you have broken programs and then you try fixing them, right? That's the second time. I get the impression that that's how Zig works. You first write a broken program and then you like fix it. The real docs are documentation. So you do like the language reference. All right. I thought there was like okay, yeah, the language reference makes sense. Standard library has its own documentation. Okay. Hello world. std debug print. There's a simpler API for the debug, but std out print can fail, so you need to try. Exclamation mark means that we can fail, probably. Exclamation mark may be omitted from the return types because no errors are returned from the function. But all the errors are the same. All of them are just the exclamation mark, right? Zig supports 3 types of comments. The normal comments are ignored, but doc comments and top-level comments are used by the compiler to generate the package documentation. Doc comments. Values. Top-level declarations are order independent. Are semicolons mandatory for this? You're looking at the wrong part of the language. Syntax doesn't matter much. Also, no multi-line comments. Wait, what's the third type of comment then? You said there's 3 types. Each line of code can be tokenized out of context. I mean, I'm okay with that. That's fine. Although I think they could do it so that you have like the inline comments instead. So like you have like this kind of comment, but that cannot span multiple lines. I think could be useful for like having the documentation of an argument in a function, maybe. Still having it in one line. Okay, we have const, we have var. We don't have anything else, right? Primitive types, like in Rust. And then there's a C char. Is there a normal char? It's not C. They have F16 type. That's interesting. Do we have F16 in Rust? I don't think we have, right? It's in nightly. F16 and F1 to 8 are going to be added. F80 also. F80 is something that we used in yeah, like the long double something. We used that in the competitive for the higher precision. I remember that. Cool. Any opaque. Void. No return. The type of break continue, return unreachable, and while true. Type. The type of types. Any error. Comp time int. Comp time float. Okay. In addition to the integer types above, Arbitrary with integers can be referenced using an identifier followed by digits. So I7 is a 7-bit integer. The maximum allowed is this. Amazing. Okay, sure. Imagine calling a void no return and calling unit void. No, unit is called no return. Unit is void. Oh, unit is void. Oh, anyway, it doesn't matter. Oh, Soulburn. Did you try Zig? Rust string literals and Unicode core point literals. String literals are constant single item pointers to null terminated byte arrays. The type of string literals encodes both the length. If the function doesn't return, it's no return. If without a value, it's void. Yeah, okay. In Rust, it's called the never type, the no return, and the void is called unit, the empty tuple. Indexing into a string containing non-ASCII bytes. Should I read the entire manual? I just want to like read the file, right? I should just try writing code instead. There's a standard library. Has its own documentation. std fs file open. To continue using it, you must use the open function. Where's the open function? I'm trying to search for it. There is no open function, only the close function. Is it here directly? It's a free function called open. Oh. stdfs dir open file dir. Okay. Open file. Self directory. So I need to have a directory first, right? How do I get a directory? How do I get a directory? What is this? If I go to the dir, right? Like, how do I construct one? Values, default mode, byte file. Like, what is this? Is this a module or a type? It's a struct with fields being FD, right? But where's the documentation of that struct? Only documentation of the function is present here, right? Is that normal? All right, let's see. std fs current working directory returns a handle to the current working directory that is not opened with iteration capability. Closing the returned directory is checked illegal behavior. Operating over the result is illegal behavior. The function is comp time callable. Okay, current working directory dot open file, sub path, array to the bytes. So the strings, I guess this maybe it is not necessarily a string, but okay. Can I just do this here? Because the slice is just a null terminated thing, right? Input txt, open flags, stdfs file open flags, dot read open flags. Do I need to like create? Prefix array type syntax? Well, it's an array of something, right? That's why it's a prefix. You like read left to right. What's wrong with that? Flags. Okay, so you don't construct it. Okay. So dot this is like initialize the thing, the flags, and I want like the default flags then, right? Is that what's going to do? Open file can return an error. So we want to do a try, right? Then we want to do something like var file is this, right? File. Unused local variable. An unused variable is an error in this language. Amazing. Right? If I try to do zig build run, error, unused local variable. Nice, very nice. We need to like comment out the unused code all the time. Very useful. Okay, let's have let's do file dot read. Read into a buffer. Read all into a buffer. Reader. So we can do a reader read, or we can do a just read. What's a reader? Reader is IO reader. Okay. Read to end. How do I read line? Is it a reader read line? Reader is interface. File does not implement that interface. You wish they had anonymous higher order functions? Maybe they have that. We never used it yet. Even C++ has. What do you mean? Anyway. How do I read line? Is there a search here? There is. Read line. Read line. Read line. Line. There is no read line. So I guess we need to use like this read until, right? Read to end. No, not read to end. Read. Downgrade lock. Get end position. Get position. Get sig is sigwin pty. P read. What is a p read? On Windows, this function currently does alter the file pointer. Reader. Bar reader. generic reader dot read at least, read all, read byte, read enum, read bytes, no e off, read struct, read until delimiter. Line delimiter /n. Try. Okay, we don't have multi-line comments in this language, so this is going to be a one big language to avoid confusing STD for the sexually transmitted diseases. Delimiter, comma. Expected this, found that. Why did you insert that there then? Now I need the line. Var line. A list like this, right? Is this. Expected type expression. Hold on. Array. Okay, I guess for this one we are going to find variables, integers, flows, arrays. Underscore. Underscore. Undefined. Hold on. Undefined. Okay. Local variable is never mutated. What do you mean? Hold on. Local variable is never mutated. Isn't this supposed to mutate it? Okay, hold on. It's a const. Okay, I mean, I'm never mutating the pointer. I'm mutating the contents of the pointer, right? It's like C. No, it's not like C. It's like you need to provide a size. Do I? I mean, the thing compiles. Okay, hold on. It actually compiles. Never mind. It compiles, no errors, means it's good. And we close the file in the end, right? Because it's not going to close automatically. Okay, there you go. The value of type ignored. All non-void values must be used. This error can be suppressed by assigning the value to underscore. The read until delimiter returns this. What does it return? Where's the documentation? Can I have the documentation in my language server? Read until delimiter. Deprecated. Use stream until delimiter. Hold on. I already used something that's deprecated. I used the language for the first time. The first thing I use is deprecated. Using the deprecated thing is not an error. It's only an error to have an unused variable. That's interesting. Okay. Do I even get a warning for the deprecated stuff? I don't see the warning. I guess because I have an error. Const. This is that. Is that how you ignore? Use this identifier without the @sig. What? By assigning the value to this. Oh, okay, we just assign it without the const, right? Like this. File not found, error. Okay. We have the file not found. So this works. But what is this function returning? And I should use stream until delimiter. Appends to the writer. Writer is any type. Does not write the delimiter itself. If optional max size is not null, okay. So can I? Well, what's the any type here? Can it be literally any type? I can read to the, appends to the writer, but writer is any type. So what can this be? Anything? Can I like? Okay, hold on. Stream until delimiter. Self. Writer. Writer is 1, 2, 3. Writer is 1, 2, 3. Nix store error. Type this has no members. Slice values have LAN and PTR members. Note, called from here. It can be any type. It's similar to C++ templates. Okay, so we are. So it's not any type. Like it's like it should. It's especially like a type level duck typing, right? It should have like a method append or something because it's supposed to be a writer, right? Because it's like C++ templates, they're just like trying to call a method on it, but they don't in this documentation tell me what a writer is and what methods it should have, right? They just tell me that it's any type. And then to look at the documentation, it should have the write byte method, right? Write byte. So do we have the write byte method on this slice or like whatever this is called, the array? And I have the line here. And also, if I have 1, 2, 3 here, why is 1, 2, 3? Wait, hold on. What even is this error message? Duck typing. It's a killer feature. You don't understand. Instead of having the type system, you just let the you just like try things and then like it works. At least it's not a runtime duck typing. You know, array list has writer. Yeah, but like, oh, hold on. What's the error message? Nix. Never mind the Nix. So inside the stdio zig, we have the error. So the standard library has errors inside because we're instantiating the template there, right? Type this has no member. Yeah, but like, why is this type? Because I have done as a. Oh, hold on, writer. Line. Yeah, it's because line is this. Hold on, no. Oh, I did it all wrong. I did it all wrong. I wanted to try 1, 2, 3 and then /n, right? Self. This is not self. Hold on. Wait a second. I'm confused by the language server here. If we have 3 arguments. If we have 3 arguments, then the first argument is the writer, the second is the delimiter, and the third is the optional max size. But if I have the 2 arguments, then the language server tells me that the first argument is self and the second is the writer. I think the language server is broken here a little bit. Unused. Let's comment this. No, this member function expected 3 arguments but found 2. Wait, what? No, it's not the language server issue. The member function expected 3 arguments, found 2. Stream out to delimiter. It's actually like expecting us to have self here or something. Can you tell me what kind of arguments are you expecting? Because the optional, like, can I skip the optional? Like, because this is optional, I can skip it, right? And this is self, so this is a method. Or is this a freestanding function? Put null there. Null? Now it's the right. Now the writer is null. And the delimiter is 1, 2, 3. Yeah, now the null does not have any members. Null to optional. Okay, so the optional is not optional, right? We still need to like tell it that the optional is not set. Okay. So now we have the int. Okay. All right. Understand. Line. So now we want to have why is it so hard to read a line? Am I okay? Maybe there is an easier way, but I'm just okay. Where do I find the documentation about what's a writer? Writer. There's generic writer. Context type, writer type. IO writer. It's not the generic writer, just writer. Writer. It's a type function. Wait, generic writer is a type function, which means that it's a generic type, right? Is that what it means? How do I use it? Parameters, context, and write error. There are no examples in this documentation. There is no. Generic writer is the same thing. How do I use it? Bit writer. Creates the stream which allows for writing bit fields to another stream. Any writer. What's the difference? Like, all the documentation is the same for any writer, for writer, and for generic writer. This is all the same. C writer is IO writer. Okay, this one at least has the example. So writer, file, write error, and writer write. What does it all mean? I probably need to like read some documentation here. What documentation to read though? I don't even know. A tutorial. A reference is not enough. Looking at the source code is easier. At the source code of what? Though, at the source code of the writer. stdio writer. Deprecated. Consider switching to any writer or use generic writer to use previous API. Okay, any writer. Any writer. Anyone understands anything? STD is the STD. Assert is STD debug assert. Mem is STD mem. Okay. Context. Write fn. So this is the function. What happens? Okay, I'm guessing that we can have the null context here, and then we need to like create a closure. I don't know how to write them though. Let's take a look at the documentation. I'm guessing. I know nothing. Values, variables, integers, pointers, slices, struct, enum, switch, while, if, for, defer, unreachable, return functions. Inline function. Function, reflection, function. Function. Can I do a function without a name? Like this, right? Type, not a function. Hold on, no, any writer is a type. It's not a function. Any writer is not generic. How do I use it? Any writer dot. Something like this. How to read a line. Zig, read line. There's IO buffered reader. Buffered reader is old, right? There's a cookbook. There's a reader type in Zig, which provides various methods to read files, such as read all, read int. Here we will use stream until delimiter to split lines. That's what I'm using, right? So we need to construct a writer, and we have a line.writer, and line is array list. Okay, so array list has a method writer. So I should have searched here for the writer, right? Because we have a file writer, we have a stream, a net stream writer, and that makes sense. Like I could have came up with this myself, I feel like. And like, who else has the writer method, right? There is although array list aligned, right? And they use the array list. But there's array list aligned. But how is it different from the normal array list? Array list. Type function. Oh, array list aligned. Yeah, okay. Here, this is the this is very annoying. The fact, like, in order to know what something does, like the return function of the array list, which is because this is the generic type, right? So a function that's returning a type function. It makes sense. But like the fact that I need to look at the source code here to understand is like annoying. Okay. std array list. Wait, hold on. Array list. Oh, std array list. Oh, it's in the master. In the master, they have moved it to the array list module, but in 0.12, where's the documentation for the 0.12? Not for the master here. 0.12.0. Yeah, so like array list was in the root here, and they moved it into a module. Okay, array list of U8. So this is going to be like const line is I don't know, like buffer is this, and then const writer is buffer dot writer self. Either type. What does it mean? Either type. That's what my language server is telling me. They don't, it's just re-exported. Yeah, but I don't have the std array something here. Rexer Blen? Is that how you pronounce your name? Hello there, thank you for the raid. What are you guys doing? I'm trying Zig for the first time. I'm not even sure why. I'm not sure how we got here. Today is a bit of an RNG stream here. We're doing some random stuff. I normally write Rust and doing games. But hello. Dun, dun. Really just trying to read a line from a file, and it's a full quest, because like in order to open a file and like read a line, we need to like construct a writer to an array list or something. It's weird. I think it's a bug in docs. Yeah, but it's like array. Is it array hash map? I'm pretty sure like that the docs are different even here. Like, oh wait, hold on, no. This is array list, right? But I cannot go to the array list module. std array list dot, like, at least my language server doesn't recognize this. Okay, so we have I guess we just pass directly buffer writer like this, right? Zig build run. 2 out of 7 steps succeeded. Expected 1 argument, found 0. Writer. Function declared here. Writer self. So like a dot, I don't understand this self stuff. A method, it still is expecting the self here. Writer buffer buffer writer buffer. Is that how you're supposed to do it? Expected type, array list, and aligned found type. Oh, buffer is still a type. Oh wait, hold on. I need a new array list, right? Yeah, okay, now I understand. Because I have constructed a type, not the array list itself. Okay, now that makes sense. Do I do dot new? How do I construct a new one? Array list and aligned. Init allocator. Init allocator. So what's the default allocator? std oh wait, hold on. It's not. No, it is. What's the default allocator? I removed that piece of code. Allocator. Testing allocator, mem allocator, std heap, std heap, c allocator, arena allocator, c allocator, check. Like what's the instance of the, because like I'm guessing the arena allocator is like I can create a new arena allocator, right? And the heap allocator, I can create a new heap allocator because that's a type, right? But how do I have the one that's already existing? General purpose allocator. Comp time config. Or should I still like make it? There is no one existing? Oh, okay. So, okay. So we create allocator. Okay. Const allocator is std heap std heap boom boom memory pool. General purpose allocator. Hello there. Hello, hello. Config. Enable memory limit. Generic purpose allocator. Like this. That's how you initialize a struct, right? And you do dot enable memory limit. Is false. Well, you do heap general purpose allocator, but you like give it the config, right? Like this. Expected type allocator, and then I do dot init, or what? There's a d init. You can replace the config type with dot because we can infer the type here. This is something that I want in Rust actually. Like when we already know the type, then I want to like put like I guess an underscore would make more sense in Rust. But like omitting the type name when the type is already known and can be inferred easily, to just specify the fields would be nice. Use this, yeah, because it's a struct and I just initialize it with this, right? And I could do a dot buckets dot empty buckets dot mutex. I can change this allocator and like our buckets is 0, and it's going to be broken, right? Leave it empty. Yeah, I know, but like there is no private fields in Zig, right? Everything is public. Expected type mem allocator found general purpose allocator. It doesn't work. Mem allocator is an interface. How do I cast this into an interface? Or do I need to not cast it? Int allocator dot allocator. Okay. Does this not work? Guess it doesn't. Maybe if I do a brackets. When you pass it, not here. What's the difference though? Can I not get the instance of the interface? Const allocator. Allocator is allocator. Allocator. Why could I not do this in one line though? Expected type generic. It still is incorrect. Expected type. If you get it now, it won't be alive. Yeah, because the temporary would be broken. Yeah, I mean, I understand this. And then we would not get even any errors or warnings about that, right? Because we don't have the borrow checker. Remove const. Cast discards const qualifier. What cast? So like the writer also, this needs to be a variable because we need to mutate the buffer and we are mutating the allocator, right? Okay. Now the file is not found. New file, input txt, hello zig. End of stream. Error. Oh, because, okay. All right, so we now so this file does not have an end line, right? If I do this, then we run successfully. But if I want to read a line, but there is no end of line character, then I'm going to fail here because we cannot stream until this delimiter. Do I? So I need to like figure out how to catch the errors now, right? Let's see. I need to catch the end of line, and in case the end of line happened, I need to like still have the line because it still is done, right? Catch. Yeah, so you call a function and you have a catch, and in case the catch is catching the error, if you do a try, then it returns it to the function. And if you do a catch, then you can do something about the error message, right? Break. Block. So the block is this. With the number 13. What's the block? Try. Let's say you want to return an error if you got one, otherwise continue with the function logic. Yeah, okay. What about the catch? If you want to provide a default value, you can use the catch binary operator. No, catch is just providing the default operator. In this code, number will be equal to the successfully parsed string or default value of 13. Can I actually like handle the error, like get the value of the error, or is there no value of the error? Because I only want to catch the end of file error, right? Catch error. Why don't they have the example here? Default error unwrap. A catch B or A catch error B. Okay. Reader, stream until the emitter. Catch. Error. So error is no off error or stream too long or writer error. No EOF. What do you mean no EOF? It is end of file. It's not no end of file. The error that I got actually was end of stream. But the error that I can get is no EOF or stream too long or writer error. They do have example. Yeah, but like not in the catch section of the errors. Oh, it's about the error union type. Something. Right. Okay. I'm doing this incorrectly. When I was doing Rust, I was just like reading the whole book without writing any code. So like, I guess I should do that if I was serious about learning a language. But that's no fun, right? Then we cannot really complain about the things. Unused capture. What I do, if error is equal to no std. How do I check that the error is correct one? No EOF. Error defer. The other component to error handling is the defer statement. In addition to the unconditional defer, Zig says error defer, which evaluates the deferred expression on block exit, but if and only if the function returned with an error from the block. Should be noted that error defer statements only last until the end of block they're written in, and therefore are not run if the errors are returned outside of that block. If error is equal to the error some cool error, yeah, but like I'm looking at the definition. The error that I can get is the no EOF error, right? Or the stream too long, or the error from the writer. The error I got is from the writer. Why would I get the error from the writer? A writer should be able to end of stream. Isn't array list writer supposed to be able to like grow? It's an array list, right? Growable list of memory. When I have a writer of that. No. It's because I have the end of file, end of stream, because I was reading the end of stream. It's not from the writer, it's from the reader. Because I run successfully if I have the end of line character already, right? Okay, anyway, in this example, they stream until their limiter. And they have the error end of stream. Yes. What's the error though? Is error a special keyword here? How do I rethrow an error? Return error, propagate error. I do just return error. Right? But if it's end of stream, then I'm ignoring the error. Right? That's what I want. Okay, I think it works. So this is reading just one line, and it takes 10 lines of code. Okay. Okay, sure. Why not? Remove the test. Who needs tests anyway? Okay. Alright. So we were doing the Advent of Code 2022. Day 1. So I need to like parse every line into the integer, right? Initialize the writer that will append to the list. Reader can read int. Zeek harder than Rust confirmed. No, it's not. It's not. I'm just I didn't read the book, right? I did it incorrectly, like I said. In Rust, I wrote my first line of code after a long time, a very long time. This is almost like we can just I'm understanding what's happening here. Almost. Reader read int. So we just read int. Comp time and endian. Read int and read var int. Why do I need an endian here? The data structure is used by the to do this. Read int. I like how this has documentation, but the read int has no documentation. Memory read int. I think read int in the reader is reading the the binary, right? Not the it's not parsing the thing. Yeah. Otherwise, that's why the endian is there. People complain for decades that C is low level, too hard. Who complained about that? This language is done for the low level stuff. That's not by those people who complained, I guess. We do have the read line, right? Can I have a loop? We do a while true. Okay, can I return? So like if this is the end of stream, then I need to like mark it as an end of stream. End is true, right? I would do so while not end. While not end, yes. Var end is false. That's how we do it. And the file close is after. Okay. So now we have the buffer. I'm also like thinking that we should reuse the same memory, right? We have the buffer outside, but we like clear the buffer. Buffer clear. Clear and free. Invalidates or member pointers. Clear retaining capacity. Like this thing is what I want. Right? So now we have the buffer, which is like the line. And we need to parse it. Buffer.parse. Parse. What am I making? I was making something, but now we for some reason decided to try and learn Zig. So yeah, that's why. Because I never tried Zig before today's stream. I originally put the title to be just a clickbait, but we ended up actually writing Zig. I don't even know how this happened, but I'm trying to basically do the Advent of Code 2022 Day 1 in Zig. And for 3 hours we have tried to read a line in Zig, and now we're trying to do other things. Now we need to parse the line. Maybe clear at the end of the loop. Does it matter when I clear? Parse int. Okay. Comp time t type. So parse int of type i32, right? And the buffer is this. The list of const u8. What is the Advent of Code problem again? It's simple. You can search for it. There it is. That's the one. Base 10. And this is the buffer. But the buffer is array list, right? So this is not going to work. Am I right? Parse int can probably return us an error, which is the parse int error. So let's try and just do that. Zigbill items. Items is the slice. Contents of the list. This field is intended to be accessed directly. Pointers to the elements in the slice are invalidated by various functions. Okay. So now value of type i32 is ignored, so we need to, so this is const value is this, right? And then this is not used. Can I do like an underscore? I guess this is very annoying. The fact that the unused value is like the error. That's very annoying. Okay, we have an invalid character because our input, let's have the actual input to be that. Right? Now we have invalid character because some of the lines are empty. So if buffer count, how do I get the length of the array buffer? Append, get last or null, insert, move, pop, shrink, writer. You need like items length. Okay. There's pointer and there's the length. Okay. If this is 0, and we need the brackets. We need the brackets for the if, right? Then we do one thing, otherwise we do the other thing. We don't parse. There you go. This is successful. And I guess that's stream until the delimiter. The delimiter is going to be skipped. Which is, okay. What if I have a space in the end of this line? Is this going to be parsed? No, it says invalid character. Which means that I probably want to also like trim, right? Because like on Windows, this would be like /r/n. It would not work. buffer.trim stdfmt trim. No. Trim. Mem trim. Remove a set of values from the beginning and end of a slice. Values to strip. It's because generic or slice types. Yeah, I understand. Is there a more specific one for the strings? Probably not, because the string is just is just a slice of bytes, right? HTML better than Rust? HTML is better than Rust. Never tried Rust. Makes sense, makes sense. Although my title doesn't is not true anymore, because we actually tried Zig. This is literally Zig right now on the screen. Do we still think that Rust is better than Zig? Yes. But we continue to suffer. std mem trim. So we need to, so like over here, so one thing that I see by using this function right now is that the generic type of the slice cannot be inferred. Is there no type inference in Zig? Because when I pass the slice here of the type T, it could be inferred already, right? Why could they not have a like, why is this type an argument here? Because you need to like make this and this to be the same type, right? And if you only had like two arguments here, that you would need to like do a compile time check that the type of the slice is the same here and do like a user error inside the function, right? They can, but like, why is this like done like this then? Rust and Zig are completely different though. It's not a fair comparison. I mean, yeah, Rust is a language that makes sense, and Zig is the one that makes a lot less sense. That's the difference. Are you saying that I can do this? No, I mean, it does make sense if you are writing this code, but like, why would you write this code is my only like guess. If you write a lot of unsafe, from what I understand, the Zig is for writing a lot of unsafe code. But why would you do that? Because you want to escape the unsafeness as soon as possible and then write a safe abstraction on top with Rust. You don't want to write unsafe Rust, so you want to build a safe abstraction on top and then write a good language instead of being... Have I tried C? Yeah, I did try C. This is more like C++ than C, though. Even like without like, I mean, it's somewhere in the middle. Yes. This is how it makes a scene to do with two or more generic. Squarely on the C side. This not C++. I don't know. I feel like the comp time is basically the C++ templates, kind of. Okay, no, I mean it's different. Sure, but like working with it feels like the C++ templates instead of it being proper generic stuff. Without the first one, signature would look like this. Yes. And then inside you would like have a compile time assertion that the slice type, that like the type of slice and the type of value is both slice and their like element type is the same, right? And that is why, in order for this type, for this function to be more readable to the user, they made it like because it's easier to have an argument here. But in this case, the T type, you need to like spell it out. It's not going to be inferred. Can I infer this type somehow? Like I can do like type of type of like something, right? Well, anyway, let's continue. Just try out a language at least a month. Your views may change. All right. Maybe. Just using power mode in 2024. Is this what people played with in like in the 90s? All right. Anyway, U8 we trim the buffer items, and is there like the values to strip? The values to strip, like, is there something like std-fmt, like white space or something? Trim returns value depending on the type parameter. So, oh wait, hold on. Can you do a generic function? Like, if you do like the any type, like you said before, and you like do a compile time assertion inside, then you would not be able to specify the return type, right? std ASCII white space. All right. So this is the trimmed thing, right? And they you also said that they do not have the shadowing in Zig, right? I don't think I have to use this language for a month to like see what it is though. It would be a month of pain. That's what I see right now. Parse int, so like over here. Can I do a const value? Is this going to be an error? Local constant value shadows, yeah, shadowing is another error. Okay. Trimmed. So now this is just a slice, not an array buffer. So we do just length, and then we parse the integer from the trimmed line, and this is my value, right? And we ignore that. STD array literally requires address of operator to correspond to slice type. So the white space, ASCII white space, is an array, not a slice. Okay, that makes sense. That's fine. Rust is also pain when you started out. Well, Rust made sense when I started out. It was hard to write when starting out. This one is easy to write, but it's hard to like understand how this language design is good. Rust language design made sense in the very beginning. It was hard to write in the very beginning until you get used to it, but at least I understood why it's good. I can understand some of the decisions here, like the comp time is kind of nice, but it's like the one good thing and like 1 billion other bad things. This thing about disallowing shadowing is completely crazy, very much counterproductive. The biggest counterproductive thing is the unused thing being the error. This was the this is like in Go and here I don't know. Like, how are you supposed to write code fast and iterate quickly if you need to like comment out the unused stuff? You want to like try out different things. It might be unused. That's very weird. Why is it an error, not a warning? Okay, so we have parsed the integers. Now that I have parsed the integer, wait, hold on. Can I do something like this? Hold on. Const value, and then I do like underscore equals value. Does this count as a using the value so that I don't have the error at the compile time, because I'm technically using it, right? Like, okay, that's a little bit better. If I want to discard a value and like still like have it like this. Okay, good. So now if I have the value, we are doing this advent of code. We're going to see underscore equals value incoming everywhere. Yeah, like at least it's not if error is not nil. Var current elf is 0, and then we do here current elf plus equal value plus equal works, right? Right. Okay. And then if it's an empty line, we have best elf is 0. We do best elf is max std max deprecated. Use at max instead. What is an at? What does an at mean? Is at like a compiler built in? Why is it not a normal function? Why is there a difference like that? Maximum, best elf, and current elf. Current elf is 0. And then here's another thing. Function end of line, right? Void. Do my functions. Function type cannot have a name. Wait, can I not have functions inside functions? Why is that? Because there is no polymorphism. Oh. No, yeah, there is no like we can look at this trim function, right? It would have to be like a function max I32 AB, right? Instead, if I want to find a maximum A and B, you would need like a comp time. It would need like a type variable here, right? You can't do that in Go either, I think. The function inside function. Yeah, Go is also a bad language. I agree. Can I have a closures? Can I have something like const end of line is function like this? Right? Is this a closure now? Like, can I do here? Put this code here. Can I do that? It's a struct fn foo. Can it not capture the environment? Zig closure. Implementing closures and monads in Zig. Monads, the monoids in the category of the interfunctor. It's funny that people who write Zig know a monad. So I need to implement it, right? Return struct. No, hold on, they use it here. Can generate a known struct and return function from them. No, yeah, okay, all right. Because Zig function must be comp time, so any value they wrap must also be comp time. Is greater limits. I will return instructions to a function. The function contains any data. Okay, so you just do a struct. That's it. You don't do a closure. You just return a struct and then like you capture the environment manually. I'm just saying you can make div inside a D. Inside a div in HTML. HTML better than Zig, confirmed. Rust closures are also structs if you squint a little bit. I mean, yeah, but like it's a like, yeah. I mean, Rust closures are also not like good enough. Like they cannot be generics, which would be really nice. Although I'm not sure how that would work. But back to JavaScript. In JavaScript you can do everything you want. Okay, so I'm just trying to avoid repetition here. So I need to do a struct manually, basically, right? Okay, you know what? So because of that, we're just going to copy paste. Copy paste incoming. There you go. Right? Because like after the end, after the last line, we need to like do this again. Because this is the ended line, and like this is the ended else, and this is like the one more ended end. And we do std debug print. Printed std_err unbuffered and silently returning on failure, intended for use with printf debugging. Used std log functions for proper debugging. Args, any type. Print. Is it like cprintf? Do I do %d and the arguments are best elf? Variable of type must be const or compiled. Okay, hold on. Var. They just telling me that this I should specify the type here, right? That's what they're telling me. Expected tuple or struct argument found I32. Tuple or struct? Tuple. Is that how you do a tuple? You do a tuple with a comma. Where's the examples? There is no examples. I need to actually read the documentation. Okay, you do a place. Okay, something like in Rust, argument specifier. And then you can have an anonymous struct then, I'm assuming, right? At least they have that, right? So we do something like best elf, and then we do best elf is best elf, right? That's how we do it. Invalid format string best elf. No, I assumed wrong. Let's read more. Argument specifier. Argument is not either a numeric or the field name. That's what I did. And then specifier is a type-dependent formatting option. See below. Specifier has several options. X and X. Output numeric value in a hexadecimal. D. D. But where do I put D? Argument specifier. They're like just next to each other here. So how do I specify the name and then the specifier? With a space in between? A D best elf, but they said that I can do a named, right? Argument is either the numeric index. Format string must be compile known and may contain placeholders with this format. So you, in your example, D best elf, you have omitted the argument. You only have the specifier. So if I want to have both argument and specifier, and the argument being the field name of the argument that should be inserted, right? How would I write that? Is this how you do a tuple? This is how you do a tuple. Read the sub bullet point of argument. When used in a field name, you are required to enclose the field name in square brackets. Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. Reading is hard. I'm trying not to read the entire thing because there's like too much. It would be nicer if they provided examples in the documentation. You know, like Raz does in its documentation. I mean, Zig is... when did Zig start? Zig... How old? How old is Zig? They started in 2016, 8 years ago. Okay. Just read the next line. Yeah, I mean next line. I mean some. How do I know if I need to read the next line? Because it's a sub bullet point. Yeah, I mean okay. Yeah, I could have done a better job at reading. I agree. Oh shit, where was I? You need to implement an event and handler system in Zig. The thing that we started with today. Do that, but in Zig. And then we yeah, I mean, we implement a game engine in Zig, sure. Like, then I will have a very good understanding of the language. If we do a simple game in Zig, then I will have a good understanding. But the question is, do I want to? Like, I didn't even want to write Zig today. I'm not even sure why am I doing this. I just put it in the title to clickbait. I was supposed to write some Rust. Over here. Best elf d dot best elf. Wait, hold on. What is this syntax? What does this syntax even mean? Is this a struct where the best elf... what does this mean? I want to know the syntax here. Is it a struct? Is it anonymous struct literal, right? Allows omitting the struct type of a literal. Then the struct is coerced. The struct literal will directly instantiate the result location with no copy. So you .x.y. But when you don't do the dot here, or when you don't do the equal sign, it's a tuple then? Tuples. Anonymous structs can be created without specifying the field names. They're referred to as tuples. The fields are implicitly named using numbers starting from 0. Because their names are integer, they cannot be accessed with dot syntax without also wrapping them in the at. At is like the raw stuff. Okay, that makes sense. That's okay. Like arrays tuples have a len, can be indexed, and can be iterated over with inline for. There's a special inline for. Okay, inline. Okay, I understand. This is like a macro, right? Because it's a thing. You will have a value, an index, because these values are of different types. That's cool. That's like a static for from D language. Yeah, unrolled for. Like a static for in D, if you tried that. So I still need to do this. Can I like omit the equals though? Because this name is the same as the name of the value. No. I cannot. I need to write an equals. Okay. Why do I have a percent at the end here when I'm doing this? What's the percent mean? Oh, you don't see it. It's over there. It's a percent after I write the number. For some reason. There's no slash n. Can I should I do the slash n here directly, right? Okay, there you go. That's the right answer. All right, there you go. 3 hours and we solved the first program. We written the first program in Zig. Amazing. Amazing. Okay. You never saw a single use of labeled print in half a year of me learning Zig? I mean, ideally this would be like just normal string interpolation. Wait, can you not do this in comp time? String interpolation. Like in Rust, you have a macro, right? And then you have the ability to like parse this string, which is what they are doing there, right? And this is how print is implemented. Yeah, but like, why do I need to do this? Can I in Rust we can capture the this can be taken from the outside, right? Does this work? It does not work, right? You cannot have the values from the outside. I guess that's Yeah, I don't think you can do this. You literally don't have the access to anything, right? You need to pass this directly. Okay. Sure. I mean, the language is simple. Can't have all the fancy things. Alright. No, I mean, it's fun. It's fun. Learning a language is fun. We just need to like know when to stop because we need to work on other things. But for today we can continue with Zig, sure. Yeah. I mean, the use case for the labeled print is if you have a lot of things here, but like in Rust you can also do like print, but like without anything and have the value afterwards. Or if you can do this and you do a equal a, right? That would be like literally the same as we have here. This probably is never used in Rust, but since recently they added that, and that's now being used, right? I don't think they can even like put it something like that into the language. Do you want to print same thing multiple and with different format specifiers? Yeah, I guess. But even then, you probably don't use a label. You use the like. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, maybe. I mean, it's good that it's here. Although I don't know if they at the same time. Never mind. Like if they cut other features from the language, why don't they cut features from the standard library? If this is a useless feature, just like remove it, right? Have only like it's going to simplify the code of the standard library if you remove the ability to use the labels here. Just use the numbers. Oh, but it just works automatically, probably. That's why. It just works automatically because the tuple, like the 0 is the same as the as like naming it anyway, right? It's not like standard library code is hard, it's even readable. Okay. Do we do another? Or do we try to draw a triangle on this screen using OpenGL instead? Alright, so we need to like figure out how to interact with C, right? I mean, no, OpenGL would probably like be too hard at this point. There's probably like an existing library for doing like gaming, right? Zig game. Mac. Zig game engine. There you go. For building high-performance, truly cross-platform, robust, and modular games, visualization, and desktop mobile GUI apps. You can read standard library code easily. It's easy to learn that way. Build with love, hard work, and Zig. Blazing fast compilation speeds. Effortless cross compilation. You don't believe that someone can make a program without stealing code? Oh, I am going to steal code right now. I'm just trying to find a link to the code to steal. Choose your journey. Engine, core. What even is this choice? Core. Engine. Mac Engine is not ready for use yet, as it is in the very early stages in development. Can you use Mac to make a simple 2D game? Using the engine, definitely not today. Using Mac Core, maybe. There is a Sprite 2D example in which lets you load a JSON texture atlas and draw sprites on the screen. You could use as a starting point. However, it's 400 lines of code. A good amount of that is low-level graphics programming. You will need to bring your own math library, physics library, GUI library, text rendering. If what you're looking for is high-level, simple 2D graphics API, we don't have that today. I suggest you look somewhere else right now. I'm a big fan of Raylib, and there is people who use it from Zig. Raylib. Top right of page has GitHub button. Of this? What do I do with the GitHub? I imagine that the website should be more... Yeah, it has more description, the website, than the GitHub. I mean, we can look at the examples, I guess. Are you using 0.0.12? Yes. You can change the version, I guess. I mean, they suggest that I use the Raylib instead if we want to do something. Um, Game framework, game engine, Mac. Is Mac the only one? Only one? All right. Well, I mean, if we use it is basically C anyway, so we can use Raylib and figure out how to use the how to interface with the C, right? Although, Yeah, sure. Raylib language bindings. I never used Raylib myself. Raylib Zig. Manual tweaked auto-generated Raylib bindings for Zig. Building the example. Zig build example. Okay, hold on. So this is a dependency, right? Can I have a dependency? Do we have a package manager? Build Zig. Is this the package manager? Declare to construct a build graph that will be executed by an external runner. Like, can I I can write any Zig code here, right? So I probably can like download stuff, right? Run step depend on. This zone is the package man dependencies. So git fetch save URL for command line inference for adding dependencies. So how do I edit? How do I add this as a dependency? Do I add build Zig zone? Something similar to this, right? Something similar to this. Readme MD. Here? Example. Oh, this one. An existing project with Zig in it. The dependencies. There you go. Archive Devil. So we want to use the Devil branch, which is the default branch. Okay. And the hash is 1, 2. Put the actual hash here. Can we do it without putting a hash? Because so like the dependencies is both the dependency and the okay. So I need to like update the dependencies manually, right? Okay. That's fine. If I want to update this dependency, like it's not going to re-download it right now, right? We have the Zig cache probably, which has the dependencies in one of these files, maybe. Lib, maybe Zig out, no. Where's my dependencies stored? If you have Raylib installed, you can FFI directly with Zig. So you want me to try to FFI directly instead of using the Raylib Zig? Let me just try this first. There's a main and there's a root Zig, whatever that means. Root is like the library and main is like the binary, right? No module named Raylib available within module root. How do I import it? I literally use the example. Oh, okay, hold on. Then add Raylib Zig as a dependency and import its module in the build Zig. Hold on. Now add the module and artifact to your target as you would normally. You additionally want to support web as a platform with a script and you need MCC Zig. Build Zig. Where do I do this? In the end? Is that normal? Okay, unable to find dynamic library system GL, search path libgl. So we need to like make the X11 and OpenGL available. We are running NixOS. So so I need like libgl here, right? libgl, but libgl needs to like be known. Hold on, how do we do this in Zig? Anyone using the hold on, C link with OpenGL Nix. OpenGL, install GL and OpenGL. No, hold on. I remember how to do this stuff. We need to export the LD library path, I think. LD library path is the library path, which we make library path. libgl. Does this work? Packages like this. Unable to find dynamic system library GL. Hold on. Until link libc probably. Do you use Nix? Do we not use LD? Is LD library path not going to be used? I think that's the only thing that I needed to do here. And I'm installed like the and then we need the libx11, right? So like these two things is what I need to have installed here, right? There's a Nix for the project using OpenGL. Yeah, LD library path is this. Native build inputs. LD library path. Oh wait, hold on. You can just do this. LD library path. And it's going to be like the environment variable, right? This is just extending the LD library path. So I can just do this. Oops. Hold on. Echo LD library path. Yeah, we have the libgl and the x11, right? So I have these libraries in my library path. So why can we not find it then? Right? We have this stuff. Not mine, but that guy has been streaming this project recently. Okay, let me see. So like I have the library, I mean, I can do like literally the same. As they do here. Let's just try that, sure. But I mean, it's weird. looks weird. We comment this out. Put this here. They don't use flakes in their shell nicks, but it's the same. This should be the same. Undefined variable unstable. They have unstable ZLS. Unstable is the Nix package is unstable then, right? So they use the both stable and unstable Nix packages. Since I'm using the Zig, like the Zig, I'm depending on the unstable anyway, so we just do ZLS and Zig here, which I had already. Okay. Let's see. This is more. We have Valgrind here. I guess since this is basically C, you cannot work with it without the Valgrind anyway, right? GLFW. I used GLFW before. Isn't that C++ though? I might remember something if I go there instead of doing Raylib. Let's see. Okay. Maybe it's something else that I tried that was C++. Why do I have SQL tools open? Zig, build, run. Okay. Unable to find dynamic library system X11. Searched paths. Okay. It doesn't complain about OpenGL here. I think it's because the X11 is different. Hold on. This over here. I mean, okay. So I use the library function to build the library path, and they just did it manually here. Let's see. So you do the packages Mesa. libx11, Wayland, libx Common, and everything that, right? So this is literally the same. I think this should be the same. Is what I did already, right? This is the same. OpenGL does use GLFW in C++ context. I don't remember. When I learned OpenGL, I was using Python. I was using PyOpenGL as my first thing. Why do they have Rust up? They do both Rust and Zig. Okay. Yeah, I did Python. I did Python 2 and OpenGL 2 with GL begin, GL end, GL vertex and shit like that. That was fun. They're using eGUI stuff in Zig. Nice. Okay, so why do I not... Unable to find dynamic system library X11 using this, and we can literally see that the path has... No, hold on, we cannot see that. Hold on, why is it in these paths we don't have the libx11? Because it is here, right? This next thing is hurting your head. I'm not very good at it. It's but it is good, okay? It is good when it works. Making it work is hard. Especially when you are not that good at it, as I am not that good at it. But it's basically, when I'm inside this folder right now, in combination with the Gerenv, it's like, it's getting me the environment. It's similar to Docker, but I'm not inside Docker. It's more like, but the idea is similar. You want to have like reproducible environment. You wrote your whole game to support music in the menu. Why did you just play the music and that's it? Why did you need to rewrite the entire game? Okay, first of all, let me comment this and go back to my stuff. Although, wait, hold on. Why? Hold on. So like my LD library path has the path to this, right? But the Zig was unable to find the dynamic system library. We tried to do GDB, zlib, Python 3. Why do I try to do Python 3? Oh wait, hold on. It's because, hold on, I'm trying to do the ones in the native builds. This is the ones that are being searched. Instead of this, the LD library path is not being used. Okay. It's weird though. Okay, so we literally just install, right? It's very simple then. We'll literally just install Zig, ZLS, libgl, and X11, right? Is that what they want me to do? Okay, and then Xcursor. Xcursor is another one. I need to like, I need to actually learn how this thing works. The dev shell, what it does. Xrender. We just do the minimum set of dependencies here for this to work. What else? Xinerama. Do you need to have that? Xinerama. I thought this one is like very outdated. No? X input. Lib X input. X input is missing. Is it just XI? What's the XI? libxi. What's the XI? Is that the X input? Maybe? Probably. XI. Okay. There you go. Congrats, you created your first window. That was easy. Although, this is weird. Why did I not need to like change the LD library path? But okay. Maybe it does automatically for the build inputs. The library path is being yeah. I just need to like learn this one day. But that was easy, see? I just install all the dependencies here and it just works. Congrats, you created the window. Can I make this window Resizable. Am I using Wayland? Yeah. But I guess we run on X Wayland here. And to enable resizing, okay. I guess maybe it's better if I try to... Wait, so I did not install the Raylib, right? Which means that the Raylib is statically compiled in that Zig thing, right? Or maybe not statically even, but it's in that dependency, right? Okay. Do I try to use that dependency, or is it easier if I try to use the Raylib directly? Since I don't know the language anyway. Raylib Zig. Let's see, what's in there? Build Zig. Options. Our audio. Okay, we can have options here too. So we can configure how we build this thing, right? OpenGL is automatically detected. And we can specify to use specifically GLES, right? Or GL1. Okay, Linux display backend is X11 or Wayland. So can I do in my build Zig? Let's see, Raylib is... Where do I specify these options? I'm wondering. How I don't know how this build system works. So we have the dependency, Raylib. This one is getting from the Zig zone or something, right? No, hold on. The dependency is called Raylib Zig. Raylib Zig is not even like... Oh, wait, hold on. There it is. There it is. Yeah, and over here we have the arguments. And the arguments is these options or what? No, hold on. Optimize is not here. To find it in Zig build H. Zig build H. Wait, trying to find what? Cheat sheets. Okay. That's the Raylib cheat sheet. That's good to have. Guess we move this here to work on them at the same time. Raylib Zig has the same function as OG Raylib, so you can use the Raylib's docs. Okay. Yeah, because Zig is basically C anyway, right? I was just wondering how can I, like, for example, force here to use the Wayland, since I am on Wayland. Like, where do I specify these options? When you have a dependency, like, right, you initialize the dependency with the arguments, and the arguments have target, optimize, and like, what else do you have? B. What is B? B is std build. So can I find in the docs, Zig docs, in the std std build, right? Std build dependency build name args. So this is any type. Very good documentation. I like seeing anything. We need to like read the source code to understand what this argument actually means, right? Because we don't have the type system in the language. It's any. All right. Feels like working with a dynamically typed language. It's like some things are typed, some things are not. Build runner dependencies, inline 4, type info, deps packages, structs, decal. Okay, so you go over all these dependencies. If mem equal, if the name, wait, what? That's how you compare strings in Zig? You do mem equal U8. You always need to specify, you need to not forget that your strings are U8. And then you like do this. Mem CMP, right? Just like in C. But in C, you don't even need to write the U8. But this is a generic. But you need to like type it out explicitly. Okay. Fine. Package is field of the packages Jekyll name. Okay, I understand this. But if I can get, hold on. If I can get in the dependency packages Jekyll name. Wait. Field dependency packages name. If equals name to the hash. Wait, why are we comparing the name to the hash? Oh, package hash is find package hash or fatal. Okay. Anyway, with dependency inner, we parse the arguments directly there. So the arguments are any type. Once again, and to go further to figure out what this means. Args, any type. I feel, wait, hold on. Can I just go to the definition here since like the documentation is useless anyway, and we need to like investigate the source code. We can just go into here using the using just jump to definition. Audio is bad. I think it's fixed, right? Audio, okay. Is it still doing it? I don't know. My audio is glitching sometimes. It's my GPU or something. Dependencies. Dependency inner for the args. Args is being used here. User input options from args. User input options. User input options from args. Args, any type. Args. Inline 4, args, struct fields. V. Out of memory. It is like user input options put for the field name. Do we just try? Any type is usually a tuple. That's how Zig does var args. Yeah, but like, okay, but yeah, but I don't like it. It's like using any in TypeScript. You just need to guess. You just need to read a ton of source code to understand what kind of a tuple you actually are expect to give it. And it's not a tuple here. It's like it's not called a tuple. This is called an anonymous struct, right? And then they parse this in comp time to understand to like see what you have actually specified here. I was just trying to see OpenGL version. no, .linux display backend is... Oh wait, hold on, but how do I even like refer to this Linux display backend since this is in the build zig? I guess I can just do a dot maybe though. Dot Wayland. Enables to spawn Wayland scanner. File not found. Okay, so I was just guessing. I wish I knew how to do this like properly, because I just guessed that I can write this here, but like reading this source code, there's like just too much. If I used any other dependency, if I've configured it before, I would know, right? Anyway, it works. So now we need to. So they want a Wayland scanner or something, right? Nix search packages Wayland scanner. Is that like a program that they want me to install? Wayland scanner. Okay, let's install the Wayland scanner. Okay, and now since the Wayland scanner is here and installed, now we want to find the library xkbcommon. xkbcommon. Let's go to the it's probably easier to find here. It's called libxkbcommon. It is to create the C bindings from the Wayland spec, the Wayland scanner. There's a Pascal streamer asking how do they submit patches to their libraries. They aren't being downloaded from some GitHub, but are packaged with the IDE. They never need to patch them. They have no bugs. Yeah, nothing has bugs. If you don't look for them, right? xkbcommon is not found. Still? Wait, what? Oh, no, Wayland client. Okay. Wayland. What do I need to install here? Wayland. It's probably just the Wayland, right? Dun, dun. Dun, dun. Hello, Wayland. It's just called Wayland here. Okay, there you go. So this is now working with Wayland. Okay, there you go. Nice. We're learning both Nix and Rust. Oh shit, I did not mean to close the cheat sheet. How do I reopen the cheat sheet? There you go. Okay, now that we have this, let's also ignore the files that are the zig cache and the zig out. Right? Okay, let's remove the input. We are no longer doing the advent of code. Let's try doing the raylib. Okay, so our example, main zig, is here. Can we like also like the default formatter, or is it not the formatter? Like I need to scroll horizontally my window here. I know that this is a hint, which I probably can like disable in the extension here, right? But like makes me need to scroll. In Rust, I disable this hint. .5 FPS on the stream? I don't know. I didn't drop any frames at least. ZKFMT will break lines if you add commas after the last argument. Oh, okay. Like this. Okay, that's better. Although, like I said, in Rust, I am disabling this. So like I'm seeing the width colon, even although it's not actually here. By the way, can you name the arguments in Zig? Can you actually write out the width colon? Screen width. Can you do that? You don't have the named arguments here, right? No. Okay. I wish I could have that in Rust too. Like just name the arguments, even although they are in order and stuff. Because of that, I sometimes have in Rust, so I have like a function which has the arguments, which is like a struct arguments, you know, and then you like pattern match here directly, like arguments, width, and height, like directly like this. Probably do something similar in Zig, I guess, right? With anonymous struct. Yeah, in Zig you even do this with anonymous struct. We don't have anonymous structs in Rust, at least not yet. We can only dream. Okay. Rally exhib, example, basic window, defer. Okay, I also need to like remember about the defer because I'm not really used to this. I'm going to forget about, because like Rust is managing my memory automatically, and in this one we're actually going to need to do it manually. Annoying, but okay. Do they have async await in Zig? Is another question. Zig async await using like some comp time magic. Zig guide async. Zig async feature has not been present in the compiler for multiple major versions. No async await. They removed it. They don't now, but they had it. Okay. Do they have anything? Any like coroutines? Something like fibers? I don't know. Like anything? Only threads in the STD? Okay. Just asking. They will return it probably. Screen width, screen height. Init window. Init window, width, height, title. Okay. Close window. Window should close is a boolean. Is window ready? Check if window has been initialized successfully. Wait, hold on. When I initialize the window, it can be not initialized successfully, right? It can fail here. How do I check if... so we are not checking the errors here. Am I right? This example is not checking the errors. Set target FPS 60. Set our game to run at 60 frames per second. Can I set it to run at the... I have a 144 Hertz monitor. But if I set the target FPS to 144, then it would probably run at more FPS than needed on the lower refresh rates. I need it to be like just targeting the refresh rate of the monitor. Just do the vertical synchronization. I never used Raylib. This is just Raylib, right? Another to do, create coroutine runtime in Zig while learning Zig and Nix. Module textures, shapes, core. Okay. So one's supposed to be a good async library. Event loop that provides abstractions for non-blocking I/O, timers, events, and more that works on Linux, Mac, and Wasm. Available at both Zig and C API. Timer callback. I mean, it's like a callback based, right? Like the JavaScript. If you had the promise API without the async await, like language syntax, like the Rust future before the async await was in Rust. Although in Rust futures they work differently, but yeah. Okay. What happens if I don't set the target FPS? Draw text, begin drawing, and drawing. What does the end drawing mean? End the canvas and swap buffers, double buffering. Yeah, like, can I do just a vertical synchronization? Vsync, sync, raylib vsync. Are you supposed to like set the target FPS yourself anyway to turn on vsync? Truly sucks you didn't get an answer for this. Set config flags, flag vsync hint before my init windows worked. If it will default for 60 or 30. Okay, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, really. Wait, hold on. I have a better idea. Since, I mean, raylib is this, right? Why don't we do glfw instead? And OpenGL directly then. Because at least, like, I don't need to learn 3 things at the same time. Although, I mean, raylib is, like, easy. It depends on our goal, right? But, like, if I use raylib directly, then, like, the goal would be something like create a game. And if I use the OpenGL, then the goal is to create the engine. Like the small one. To draw a triangle on the screen with OpenGL, right? And glfw. Gestures and touch handling functions. See def init window. But then again, you'll have to set up again. Yeah. True. True. Actually, you know what? I think we should you know what? We should defer this to the next time. I don't know, like, I mean, it's interesting to do this, but technically we should not have even started. You know what I mean? Like, why am I doing Zig? I mean, if we see it as a C replacement, it is good. I agree that it's a good C replacement. But But why would you write in C anyway? Yeah. That's how it begins. Alright. You think I should continue this? Alright, let's do a poll. More Zig. Yes. No. Rust, please. You have no choice. Now we have to continue. Try Gleam. Gleam is another language, right? No. We like we can also try Go. And like I said, Go is a language that I have worked with it, but I did not try it directly. I have yeah, I write it directly like maybe like 10 years ago when it first was released, like for a day or two maybe. But like, yeah, we can go through the bad languages and try them all out to confirm that they're bad. Zig, the Go, yeah. All right, everyone says yes for Zig. Okay, fine. But I will have to do other stuff too. But I guess I mean sure. Let's do Zig tomorrow. Fine. You like Go? Never tried Go. Is there other like languages that I remember like the languages, like if we talk about kind of better languages, I was reading about the Coca, although I ended up never writing a single line of code of this. I like this. GLFW better than Raylib? Never tried Raylib. True. True. Okay. We just hate you. You just say that you say you hate me because you voted for more Zig. No, like I said, it's fun, but like there's a lot of things that are fun. Is the thing, and we need to like continue working on the games and stuff. We can do it for a couple of days and see how I feel about that. Maybe I suddenly decide to rewrite my engine from Rust into Zig, like rewrite all my rewrite the Linksider to Zig, right? You vote for Linksider? Rewrite Linksider into Zig? That's what you vote for? You'd be curious about OCaml. Yeah, OCaml. Oh yeah, OCaml was on my to-do list. I should have done OCaml before Zig. Like, I don't understand how this happened. OCaml sounds a lot better. But okay, we'll do Zig. Tomorrow. And then hopefully only tomorrow. Okay. Let's go somewhere. Language Fridays. Tomorrow is Saturday. But today was like a rough day. Tomorrow we like do a dedicated day to do a language, right? You're really interested in OCaml? You're learning it too? Okay. I did look into the OCaml. I already like I opened some documentation. I know that they have the generalized GADT OCaml, right? I was trying to like see what this means because I have not seen this feature in other languages. I mean, it's not unique to OCaml, but this is where I have seen this for the first time. Anyway. Zig. There's no Zig streamers. I'm the only Zig streamer. I'm the most popular one. No, hold on. No, hold on. Try to be early next stream.
No.
I'm not sure when I will stream, but probably like in 12 hours. basically. I can see Wasm stuff. Yeah, we work with Wasm a lot when doing Rust. Although, I mean, I guess not really a lot. He's doing PHP for work at the moment? Oh, okay. PHP. Alright. Rust. Are there any Rust streamers? Wait, is this person doing Rust and Godot?
I haven't heard of that either.
Or is it just Godot? Godot is another thing on the to-do list to check out. Wait a couple of hours, guy who wrote Nix Zig stuff will stream. The one that you did the shell Nix. The one that we saw the shell Nix from. Alright, here you go. If air is not nil, we go here then. Let's go. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.